I have now the pleasure to give the floor to Mr. from IOM.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope it's working. Good afternoon, everybody. So I think my approach will be a bit practical. Practical just to say, first of all, maybe all of you know Brussels, know the capital role of Brussels, but they don't know how people live in Brussels. We are one of the most diverse cities in the world, second most diverse one. The first one is Dubai, but that's for other reasons. And we have about 180 people with different nationalities, different origins living here together in Brussels. And this is a huge challenge, an enriching challenge, but it's a challenge we have since more than 70 years now. And I think there it's interesting because those of you who participated at the meetings this morning already saw that we did implement a certain number of actions. We have a certain number of groups, organizations who firmly work on that challenges. And the challenge is quite simple. It's to make from an immigration, an interesting and enriching integration story. That's what we try to do, what we aim to do, and it's very difficult. So you need approaches, of course. It has been said on international level, European level, in order to see the migrants, where will they go? We need, of course, a proportionality. But on the other hand, one thing is to know the number of immigrants you will have in your country, in your city. The other thing is to achieve this integration. And I'm a bit a lucky guy because I was for 15 years responsible of what we call in Belgium CPS. It's a local welfare center. Each city has a welfare center, and this welfare center, one of his goals is to help migrants to come to Belgium, to learn Belgium living, and so on and so on. Later on, I became a minister, and I had education as one of my responsibilities. And so it was very easy for me to see where we could match a certain number of solutions to existing problems. One of the first ones, of course, is the one you will all deal with, is that when a migrant comes to your country, he doesn't necessarily speak your language. And most of the time, you forget that. And you say, oh, it's easy. I have an easy language. They will learn it quickly. Don't forget that international studies tell you that you need a vocabulary of about 800 words in the language of the school in order to decently follow first primary class. Question is, do the migrant children, who very often speak their home tongue, and that's perfectly normal, do they have this vocabulary? So can they follow? We missed 1-2 generations of migrants in Belgium because we didn't acknowledge that. So you had young people, they come first class, and they were considered not to be intelligent, but they were intelligent, but they didn't know the language. So one of the big things is, yeah, but how do we make that possible? One of the things is to say, well, we make kindergarten mandatory from a certain age, lower than now. That's one of the solutions in Belgium. Another thing is we will create a kind of possibility during holidays to have a better knowledge of the language of education. That's another thing. So that's just one example of challenges we are meeting, challenges you are meeting, but all at different times. And I think there it becomes interesting because I told you in Belgium, we are dealing with migration as in France, as in Holland, as in Germany since 70 years. We all dealt with migration, but I'm just speaking about massive migration. And the northern, for example, the countries from Northern Europe, Sweden, for the first time, if I remember well, they had 90,000 people coming in about 2-3 years ago. And this was really a first real wake-up call for them They were not used to that. And there, we who are dealing with that challenge, because it's not a problem, it's a challenge, we can exchange a certain number of solutions. We can exchange our mistakes, very important, and we will make an evolution, a quicker evolution possible in those countries, because we all know migration goes by waves, and you have to prepare to them, which is very difficult. So you're living here in a city who deals with that challenge since many, many years. And I'm not going to say it's all beautiful, it's all fantastic. No, but I can tell you that not so long ago, I was vice president of an investment fund. And 30–40% of the youngsters who want to have money or help to invest in really enterprises where you could say, well, this is good thinking, were from migration origin. So the thing is, when you accompany well, it's good for your economy. And there's one thing people always forget, and many politicians forget, and I always tell them, you always have the story of, you have a number of rights, and then you have a certain number of things you have to do because you have those rights. It goes both ways. Maybe there's another way of thinking about it. Imagine somebody who's 20, who, unlucky enough, had no school education, and this person arrives in your home country. It's very easy to say, you have to, and you have to. No, you forget maybe that to your own children, you say, to ensure my future, you need to begin to go to school at 6 years. And I, society, I pay for you until you are 25 in order to have a good education. And of course, which will benefit for the country, your country, and so on, and the pension of the older ones. Well, we should have the same attitude to people who come in your country saying, well, okay, you have an obligation, as children have in school, to go to school. But on the other hand, we will help you, and with the same financial help as we do for our own children. And I'm sure if we do that, the solutions will be much better, and the future will be much better. Now, a last remark on behalf of AER. We exist since about 50 years, and what we are doing since 50 years is just what we are doing today. It's just comparing how do you handle this, how do you handle this, and exchange expertise. That's what we do since 50 years. So I'm very happy this happens now on migration, but because there is no simple solution to that, as there is no simple solution in running a society. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to see that so many people are here to listen and maybe to exploit the visions and the information they receive here. Thank you.
Thank you for these inspirational welcoming remarks. And before we start our next panel, I would like to ask all the participants one question. And I think this question is important to understand how diversity is really embedded in our societies. And the question, you have here a Slido, right, on the screen. And the question is simple. Where are you from? So we will give a minute for you to reply. Wow, you can see. As far as Strasbourg, Mexico, Texas, Greece, Syria, Netherlands. So we have Very interesting replies. Wow, Seoul and Asheville. Italy, UK, Switzerland. Crete, Spain. Kigali, nice. Romania, Netherlands again. Slovenia, Germany. So Canada. I think this is a very simple exercise, but a very significant demonstration of how really diversity is part of us and the added value of this diversity and the richness it can bring. So I think with this introduction, we are now going to start our panel, our opening panel, which is transnational knowledge and experience sharing for more inclusive and cohesive European societies. And I would like to call the members of this panel to come on stage. We have very interesting perspectives from IOM. Rosella Celmi, please. Rosella is the integration specialist and coordinator at IOM Italy. You can have a seat, I guess. Mr. Luca Varani, he is policy officer at DG Home. Welcome. We have Johanna Balcevičius. I'm sorry, Johanna, if I'm not pronouncing, where are you? Your last name correctly. She's policy and knowledge transfer coordinator at the Assembly of European Regions. And Claire Schaff, remotely, joining us remotely. Is Claire? Hello, Claire, welcome. Welcome to this panel. She's head of the Territorial Dialogues and Migration Unit at the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions, and Cities. So let's start with a warm applause for this panel. I think as a starter for this panel, I said before, you know, the experts that you have in this panel in different capacities contributed to this focus on transnational exchange of policy, practice, knowledge about inclusion and integration at the regional and local level. So I think what I would like to ask you all is to focus your answers on the added value of this transferability of knowledge on the transnational exchanges. And to start, I think I will leave the floor to Rosella Celmi, because she is going to give us an overview of the achievements and modalities of working of the Includ EU project so that we can start our discussion. Rosella, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm very happy, actually glad to meet you all here. I had this great responsibility to coordinate the Includ EU project. Actually, was a long experience in the sense that more than 36 months, finally, the project funded by the AMIF fund involved IOM, not only IOM Italy, but also our country offices in other countries. I'm very glad to see all you colleagues here. Now we like to call ourselves the Includ EU family, because actually we indeed try to overcome a lot of challenges during this project implementation period. But I was impressed indeed of the participation and the commitment of the local, regional and national authorities in our countries. As you can see, the main objective of the Includ EU project actually was to build cohesive societies. But when it comes to practices, we realized that in so many member states, and in our case, we were, as I said, Italy, Greece, Spain, the Netherlands, Romania, and Slovenia. We learned from each other that sometimes diversity, of course, is an added value, but we should also create a common understanding and approach of challenges and possible solutions for inclusion of third country nationals. In particular, our project aimed to improve the knowledge and to improve the capacity of the local authorities, but also to implement some initiatives, some pilot inclusion initiatives, in particular implemented by our partners, not only the regional partner AER, the Assembly of the European Regions. We were very glad to cooperate, actually, because I think we combined the institutional level of commitment of the regions, but also the operational capacity of our organization, as IOM it is, to indeed provide support, technical support to the local authorities. Other partners in Spain, the Department of Equality and Feminism of the Catalonia, in Italy, the associations of municipalities of the Tuscany region. In Slovenia, we didn't have a formal partner, actually, but I have to provide a special thanks to our associate partner, the municipality of Jesenice. Actually, Maya, you're here with us. I'm very glad to meet you. And also in Romania, we didn't have formal partners, but associate partners as the municipalities of Cluj and Bucharest and other municipalities. The region of Crete was also our partner in Greece. And I think, and the municipality of Tilburg, colleagues in the Netherlands. Actually, I think that thanks to the support and the cooperation with these local partners, also, the aim of our project was to indeed getting inspiration from the European Action Plan for Integration and Inclusion. We actually tried to provide a methodology that, of course, keeping in consideration key areas and priorities of intervention as the plan is stating, as access to health services, access to housing, employment, education, but also fostering participations, in particular for third country nationals. And labor inclusion, of course, we tried indeed to combine the different levels of commitment, because in our methodology, indeed, we started from the assumption that integration is not only something that you can provide at individual level, but is a dynamic that is related to both countries of origin, country of arrival, at family level, group level, and state level, and the cooperation between different authorities like local, regional, and national was, let's say, the guide we followed to implement indeed our activity. Under this umbrella of key priorities and key areas of intervention, actually our partners, as I said, designed on a tailored based needs, design pilot inclusion initiatives in all the areas I just mentioned before. And the pilot initiatives, again, in my opinion, if we combine the impact on the, let's say, partners' knowledge, but also their network at local level capacity, had a very important, let's say, provided a very important impact on their capacity. That's why we believe that thanks to these activities, we improve the technical assistance, we improve the capacity of the authorities. We also, in our project, and we will see during these 2 days together, we will provide to you some evidence of the monitoring and the assessment of the impact of the pilot initiatives within our project. And the main achievements were the policy briefing, because we try to analyze also from good practices already in place in the countries where we work with, but also thematic webinars. Indeed, our partner provided support to achieve this outcome, regional workshops as well, study visits on site and virtual exchanges. And also now we have this big virtual community. The website will remain online. We really hope that you can visit and at least share with us also the knowledge that we would like to provide and to continue providing also for the coming work and months. Moving ahead with the slides, I would also like to give you an overview of the main results of our activities. As I said, starting from the mapping of good practices, why we decided to starting from what was already in place, because we really believe that we should capitalize. The local authorities in particular in the member states are at the front line. Sometimes we believe that we should invent the wheel. Is not this the case? Because from the mapping of the good practices linking to the European Action Plan on Integration and Inclusion, we developed indeed thematic briefings where we tried to provide analysis on the good practices in place, but also to develop policy advice for national authorities and all the communities around inclusion thematics. And indeed, also the policy briefings become the inspirational framework for other kind of activities that we implement in our projects. The training sessions, for example, we in our indicator, actually, we were wishing to reach 500 participants. This number, as you can see, increased a lot. We also believe that online trainings actually increase the number of the participants because for at the very beginning, the Includ EU project actually was implemented during the pandemic period. So we have also to include other kind of activities like the online exchanges and the online trainings. But we also noticed that thanks to the remote modality, we increased the number of the participants. But also the study visit, as I said, on the site and the others virtual exchanges created a lot of participants, created a common knowledge of the practices that indeed we visited during our project implementation. I will not go through this slide because tomorrow we will have one day all together trying to indeed analyze and share the major results of our pilot projects, indeed implemented per each of the thematic areas and the priority. But as I said, I think that despite the challenges that all the partners faced during the recent months, at the end, the pilot initiatives become a true and concrete inclusion experiences for the beneficiaries of our project. And actually, we are very happy and glad to share with you this success today. To conclude, I would like just to make some reflections with you on the added value of the work that indeed the Includ EU actually provided. Some keywords, again, in my opinion, capitalization. As I said, we started from good practices, what is already in place. Why we believe that capitalizations is also very, very important, because we noticed that in particular for the local authorities, the most important thing is to share their capacity. Sometimes the perception we learned from the authorities that sometimes it's very, very difficult because the migration phenomenon, also the inclusion dynamics are quite, let's say, changing so much. Sometimes takes few months. And what we decided should be changed, because also the migratory flow is changing. So that's why we believe that sometimes it's not a matter to build new capacities, but more to build trust between different actors, and the diversity of the actors we worked with. They have different mandate, different responsibility, also different capacity in terms of funding mechanism, and in terms of staff resources. Sometimes there is a huge difference between the national authority expectations and the local authorities that are providing support to migrants and third country nationals. But we also believe that strengthening a network. Why now, today and yesterday, we had the meeting, thanks to Joanna's approach and methodology, we already started thinking about the future, what we will do in the coming future. We want to continue to become relevant, because the network is in place, the Includ EU family, so-called, is in place. But we want to remain also pragmatic and concrete. What we can do to improve, to design new policy advice to national authorities and the local and regional ones. I think the journey is still long, because as I said, migration and inclusion dynamics are changing sometimes very fast. And that's why sometimes we have the feeling that we feel a bit lost, in particular local authorities, because they have also to work with so many other priorities, and they see, we learned from them that migration should be included in the welfare policies and should be cross-cutted, not going into some direct and specific services only for migrants or third country nationals. So we learned a lot from their approach. And that's why we believe that to become effective, we should also be innovative. Innovative means not only digitalization, because maybe this is also another lesson learned, but also to improve cooperation mechanisms that we realized are already in place to respond to the crisis when crisis comes, but also to provide long-term structural responses, in particular for the challenges related to inclusion of migrants. And then again, just a few last words: motivation and commitment. As I said, now we feel as a big family, because actually, maybe because we experienced also so many difficulties in reach ourselves at the very beginning of this project in 2020. Then now we are strong in staying in touch, because we tried, instead, despite the distance and the remote, we indeed find a way to keep each other together, facing all the and overcoming all the challenges related to inclusion of migrants. So I will be very happy also tomorrow to guide you in the second day of this event, because as I said, we would like to leave also the floor to our partners and show and introduce to you the results of their pilot projects. So I conclude here. Paola, leave to you again the floor. Thank you.
Rosella, thank you very much for explaining us or guiding us through this methodology. There are several words or keywords that came to my mind as you were speaking. One is practice and testing. No need to reinvent the wheel, but know what is there and trying to scale up or capitalize on that. Systematizing knowledge, disseminating knowledge, fostering learning, and this virtual community that I invite everyone to continue contributing to. But also you said something very important about the complementarity of expertise, capacity, and resources among all the partners, and the need to be flexible and adapt, also in the face of building resilience to challenges that might emerge. And last but not least, the approach of inclusion for all. So you mentioned also that this approach is for the benefit of a whole entire community and society, not just for migrants, but for everyone. With this in mind, I would like to start our panel now, our panel discussion, and I would like to ask the first question to Mr. Barani, because as you know, this project was funded by the Asylum Migration Integration Fund, and I think this program has paid more and more attention to the value of peer learning and transnational knowledge transfer. So I would like to ask, in your opinion, what are the impacts so far of the AMIF in this direction?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. First of all, thanks for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be with you. And also congratulations for having finalized and having presented the results of the project, which I understand a lot of work went into it. And so we are very pleased that AMIF, specifically on the envelope for integration, was used to such a good impact. Now, in terms of impacts, I'm a bit in a defensive position because currently all the projects financed by AMIF is from the 2014-2020 period, because so far we don't have new projects. So we are a bit waiting now for the results of the new call that was launched in March this year. So we are going to have a new generation of projects hopefully by December of this year, and there's a specific call on local and regional authorities cooperation for integration and inclusion of migrants. So this is a topic that chimes well with the topic of this project, but we are going to see what are the projects and also the future impacts on the specific topic, which as a commission we recognize is important. And because of that, we have a specific topic that was included in the first call of the AMIF transnational call in itself. So I'm talking a bit about the past, about projects that started at best in 2021 or 2022. But what I would say is that AMIF, the projects that are financed through the AMIF transnational call are designed to foster and to promote transnational learning and cooperation among diverse actors, because one of the criteria is to have a consortium of actors that are coming at least from 5-7 countries. I can refer, for instance, at the You Belong project, also financed by AMIF, that it was with the AER, and You Belong, and it was, for instance, with 11 regions across Europe, and it was using the same way the intercultural paradigm of Council of Europe. So is the calls and the criteria by which AMIF is financing this kind of project are designed to be transnational and to foster at least learning among the participants, like the Includ EU family. What we expect also, to a certain extent, in the limits of the possible, is that the umbrella organizations that are behind this consortia, to a certain extent, like IOM or like IOM, they're also multiplying the lessons learned through these transnational programs and transnational learning, so that the results don't stay just with the nucleus or with the consortium, but, so to speak, they travel in the different regions or members of the associations that, to a certain extent, function like the backbone of the different consortia. And finally, another impact that we try also to foster with the AMIF is exactly this kind of conference, this final conference, which is actually an obligation. So you are obliged to deliver on this, because also if you look around you, many of people that are here today, they were at other different final conferences of other projects financed by AMIF. So there is also around this final conference also a kind of networking and also coming together, at least of the people here in Brussels. But of course, I mean, from a European Commission perspective, from AMIF, what the learning is mostly important is on the ground. It's not here in Brussels or in the umbrella organizations. And here is the challenge. Because we understand that you have, I think, tens of thousands of municipalities, for instance, in Europe. It's very difficult to reach all of them, but we try also to go where the most need is, because what we understand from this project, but also from other projects, for instance, which I mentioned, is that the small realities, the small municipalities, in terms of capacities, in terms of also of human resources, because many times you have big cities or big regions that have specialized services, people that just do one bit of the integration puzzle, but in small municipalities you have one person or two persons that have to do everything. So it's very difficult for this for the smaller realities, that it can be municipalities, it can be trade unions, NGOs, and so on and so forth, to have time also to think how to learn. So this is also a challenge, and what we try to do. So because of that, the call that we was launched by AMIF was also with a specific attention to local level, where most of the integration appears. And also we are launching a renewed urban agenda initiative, where municipalities, regions, but also all sorts of operators can come together and have what we call the academies, or so to speak, transnational or learning spaces. And we really try to promote this with the smaller municipalities. So this call is still open until the 18th of September. And we really try to call all the to have a special place for smaller municipalities or smaller regions, or even peripheral regions, which we know that could benefit most from learning and from peer learning, because is also the lessons from people that, or from realities to which they can relate and which they can learn the most, instead of being presented as with a one-size-fits-all model. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barani. I think we all welcome the approaches that underlie the AMIF program, the emphasis that you put on the support to territorial realities to accompany these efforts to enhance integration and inclusion. And thanks also for flagging the upcoming opportunities. I'm sure that many among the public are interested in this. Now, I would like to ask Claire, who is joining us online. The OECD report, Working Together for Local Integration of Migrants and Refugees, which also inspired the AMIF call for proposals that this project responded to, highlights the importance of peer-to-peer learning for the successful inclusion of migrants to support regional development. So my question is, where do you see the added value of transnational knowledge and experience sharing in this area?
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
I hear you very well.
Thank you. So thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this summit. It's a very interesting moment to update on what brought the experience sharing. From the OECD point of view, it's a kind of bread and butter, because we organize through committees, and these committees represent countries, and countries, they share their experience precisely to identify what could be the good practices and shortcut to address common challenges. For what concern local integration of migrants and refugees, it is one of the priorities of one specific committee, the Regional Development Policy Committee, which I'm serving with my team. And so it's very important to connect the fact that regional development depends on a good integration and the capacity to attract talent and to make them stay in the places. It's even more important today. We recently made a work on regional attractiveness, And for all pilot regions we work with, it was really the priority for them. So there is a common, agreement, if I may, that to address this issue, the local dimension is absolutely key. And, it's a little bit complex because in the OECD, we are serving and discussing mainly with national central governments. And so when we delivered this work you referred to, thanks a lot, some years ago with my colleague Anna Piccini and others, we had to create this community of practice by delivering a series of case study of large cities in Europe, Amsterdam, Athens, Barcelona, Berlin, Paris, and so on. And so what was important for them and for us is not only to have stories, but really to accede tools. So one of if I may, what I kept as a main message from this work is really to, of course, it's good to have stories, but they serve just as example. When you converge toward tools which can be considered as a common reference, it's much more powerful. And so we delivered a checklist for local integration of migrants and refugees with 4 main blocks and with a lot of 12 objectives and good practice. What is it is an issue, how to address it, good example of good practices. Among these 4 pillars, we underline the fact that it's of course very good for subnational government to work together, but since migrant integration means integrating policies. It means that for subnational government, they also need to have the capacity to embark other stakeholders, of course, at the local level, ONGs and NGOs, and private stakeholders, firms. But their main partner remained the national government. And you mentioned previously 4 policy fields, labor market, education, housing, and health welfare. We precisely delivered another, output last year with my colleague Margot Tarot. And it was really just to serve as a tool to identify who is doing what. So in these 4 sectors, we provide a matrix of who is in charge of what across national, subnational, sometimes regional, sometimes local, and other actors. So it's the kind of very powerful tool, because not only for subnational government, but also for national government and their ministries to be involved in the process of integration, as well as funders, if I may, like AMIF, like the cohesion fund, because the RDF is also serving for integration. And so these type of tools, very often they miss the understanding of who is doing what. So when serving one actor, they miss the other one. And so through this checklist, we underline this type of things, and we underline the multiple other things, including some consideration that you just underline in your presentation. So I will not go back to that. So what is the importance of your type of network? It's precisely to begin with this, common understanding of the challenges, the type of experience sharing, and beyond, to agree on tools that can facilitate the life of newcomers in this area. And it's not just a question of subnational government without experience receiving a lot of new comers in their place, but also for some countries, for example, Poland, or who recently had to organize something in integration, which was not at all a priority previously. And so with this type of tool, you create shortcuts. So I want to underline that it's very important not only to create the capacity of the subnational government, but to also make this territorial dimension, territorial realities, as it was just indicated, a really entry point for national and supranational stakeholders. And so we need to find a way to coordinate this action. We delivered some output also on this question of coordination across level and across actors. And I just give you an example. Recently, we work with our colleagues from the Committee of the Region, the European Committee of the Region, and with the Euro Chambers. And just to try to understand if subnational government and private actors, they have the same views. And it's very challenging because in some places which are the most in need of migrants to come, you know, they have very different views. Subnational governments, sometimes they consider that they do not have the capacity to do it, while the companies in their place, and in particular SMEs, they would really like a lot to attract migrants and be integrated in the labor market. But we all know that being integrated in a labor market is not enough. And you absolutely need to have a house, to have your kids and yourself benefiting from education, to have access to welfare, health services, and so on. So this, making this ecosystem to work, it's really something that we discovered as being the main, one of the main output of the you know, the network we manage, not only to share experience among them, but also to communicate with others.
Many thanks, Claire, for this very comprehensive remarks that you made. I particularly paid attention to the link between inclusion and development, and also what you said about the ecosystem. So the various links between this multi-stakeholder approach, the collaboration, the tools, the resources, and also the coordination across different sectors and levels of governance. Thank you very much for those thoughts. Joanna, I can get to you because the Assembly of European Regions has been facilitating inter-regional collaboration for almost 40 years. And we live in a time where knowledge is really available everywhere. So why does peer learning still matters for the European regions? What works? And can you please provide us with some examples in your work on the effectiveness of the transnational knowledge and experience sharing for inclusion and integration?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much for that question. I love it. I always wonder actually why we do this. So I ask that question a lot to people who come. So why do you come? Why do you spend your time? Why do you spend your energy, your brain? Why? What is it? And so I'm a coordinator for policy and knowledge transfer at the AER. The Assembly of European Regions was created at a time that Europe was being built at the national level. And regions were saying, well, we're implementing the policies, we want to be involved. And regions in the AER have been engaging in peer learning and always telling us they want to do peer learning. And our Vice President, Jean-Luc Van Raas, just told you the same. This is what we do and this is what we want to do. Because they know it works. But it is not always easy to understand, and maybe we don't ask the right questions. So in the AER, we facilitate peer learning for mainly two things. One dimension is between regions to improve regional policy making. So understanding how it works somewhere else, getting inspiration, seeing what we could transfer and how. And the other level is peer learning to create advocacy messages, to advise the EU level, because it's not enough to only act on the local, the regional level. So we do this through a variety of activities, both working groups, task forces, so that is sort of semi-permanent structures. We do more ad hoc activities as well, because not everything needs a permanent structure. And we are going to speak about sustainability and so on. Maybe when we discuss sustainability, we want to know why we want sustainability, what for? Because if it's like with buildings, you know, when you build buildings in concrete, they will stay forever, but they will actually pollute. If you create self-degrading systems, they're sometimes better for the environment. So it's with many things like that. So that is a bit provocative, I know. But they know I would do this. In terms of peer learning, what works, what we have seen that works is something that Rosella mentioned also, is trust. And all the speakers here have spoken about multi-stakeholder collaboration being effective, being, sometimes we don't know, because we've all mentioned changing circumstances and complexity. So complexity and uncertainty are two parameters. How do we navigate that? And when we create links, connections, trust, when we create networks, we can rely on and we can ask questions, then we actually build systems that are more resilient, not with ready-to-go solutions, but with a system that can help us. And how do we build trust? And that, again, that is also about communities. How do we build communities? How did we do in Includ EU? So maybe I can tell you in Includ EU, we did a lot of things, but we did have process. We did want to know what the partners were dealing with. We did want to know what was challenging for them. We did want to create spaces where they could share. If you want to learn, you always want to know that the other one is competent, that what they are bringing is interesting for you, but you want also that you are recognized with your own expertise. So that's also the magic of some projects, know that they are able to create that. And then we want to continue because we're actually learning. So sometimes we speak a lot of knowledge transfer. Maybe we should speak about how do we learn and ask ourselves also, because there's some, again, things that we don't always understand, that sometimes we need to move, we need to rest, we need to have fun. Isn't it true? Does that resonate with some of you? Sometimes you need to have fun, and then you will remember forever, right? So yes, that works.
Thank you, Joanna, for these remarks and for emphasizing the links between the peer learning and the sustainability, and also, you know, the creation of systems, and that behind all of this, there is trust and fun. So, Rosella, may I get back to you and ask how did the transnational knowledge and experience sharing activities in the Includ EU project contributed to improve the outcomes for partners as well? And how does IOM facilitate transnational knowledge sharing activities? Again, the question is what works?
Colleagues, not only in Italy, but all the other countries. So I would like to share with you also some memories of our projects, in particular, the regional workshops, the exchanges and the study visit that, in my opinion, become the success of the activities in order to strengthen the knowledge of each of them and the sharing, because of course, in particular, our partners, the partners of this project, where they have a solid network in their countries, and they have the solid competencies, and also they make, in my opinion, again, because I saw their job, they're making the difference in providing support and providing inclusion for migrants. But when it comes to, in particular, regional projects as Includ EU is, I also noticed that sometimes there are some challenges. Very simple one, the language. In particular, for local authorities, sometimes it's difficult to have a common language, English speakers or not, very simple things. So we, of course, as IOM also, we are well aware of this. We tried to facilitate these kind of gaps to feel the people we involved in our activities confident and shareable their expertise and the solutions that they would like to share with others. You are also asking IOM role. As I said, in the structure of the Includ EU project, our country offices and our IOM colleagues also play a very relevant part in this game, because they have, in my opinion, as we did in Italy, the both responsibility, facilitating the implementation of the activities, cooperating with the local partners, but also create the dialogue. And thanks to the extension of this project, actually, we reach also national authorities, organizing national events. So again, in my opinion, IOM has also the capacity to bring in the national actors and create, in this sense, the common understanding between the local and national part, trying to not only provide, listening each other, but also trying to provide concrete actions in order to implement the cooperation that in practice is needed to be fit. So again, I think that the transnationality should keep the role of each of the actors in place, thanks to meetings, workshops, where the participants, the authorities could, again, share, understand, learn from each other. The peer-to-peer approach, in my opinion, again, was very successful. But then you need also to have the momentum to inform the others actors that you need to conclude the activities and the policy that you would like to implement. IOM, in my opinion, is indeed in the Includ EU project activities play this role to bring in more the national governmental authorities in meetings, also introducing to them the outcomes of the activities, the partners' capacities. And now also for the future, we realize that, for example, when we discussed a lot with civil societies organizations, in order to complement this cycle from the authorities to the national ones, but also the direct beneficiaries, we realized that also migrants associations should be bring in this exercise. So at the national dialogue level, our commitment as IOM is still, and we would like to continue on this road, to bring in also the diaspora associations you mentioned before, development, not only in the countries of origins, but also they are playing an active role for the inclusions of communities in the host societies. So I think that as our organizations in this sense is also playing a crucial role.
Thanks, Rosella. I think you also, highlighted the added value of this mediation, facilitation, convener role, and the very practical issues that you need to have in place for the peer learning to happen. And thanks also for flagging the really critical role that migrant associations and the civil society play at the territorial level, but also, in the wider society. I'm tempted to do something unorthodox and open the Q&A before I ask the next question to the panel at this stage. So please feel free, those following online, to send your questions through the chat, and those on site, feel free to raise your hand and ask questions to the panelists that you might have at this stage. Please, can you introduce yourself and ask
Hello, my name is Noor. I'm from the Refugee Advisory Board.
Very close. I think you have to hold it close to.
My name is Noor. Still not working? Oh.
It's awkward that you have to just have it very close.
Okay. I'll go again, sorry. My name is Noor. I'm from the Refugee Advisory Board in Tilburg. If you have to choose one of the most impactful things that you've achieved within the program, what would it be?
Thank you. Rosella and Joanna?
I would be ashamed to take credit for it, but I'm still proud. So I'm not taking credit, but I'm still proud. I think this consortium got to a maturity, a relational maturity that was quite amazing, that everybody in the consortium was initiating conversations, projects, ideas, inviting each other for events. I think that is quite unique. And yes, I don't take credit, but I am very proud.
If I may, I would say the engagement and the participations, for example, mayors, regional head departments, also some national governmental authorities attending the meetings. Sometimes they're full of events, full of meetings. So the engagement, the participations, and when they raise their hands asking to know more. So the, let's say, availability to listening to experience of others. This for me was also something very important to hear. Have some other elements, the national dialogue that we organized in Livorno recently with the Italian partners. I was saying to my colleague yesterday, I was impressed of the participations, in particular of migrants associations in that case, and also the feedbacks they provided to us. Next time, please try to design the agenda with us, because they felt that at the very last minute, but because we were conscious of their participations. But when I heard these words, I realized that indeed sometimes we have to start up from the very beginning to involve them. And this is in our, also with Antri Toscana, we are thinking about how to proceed on that. And yeah, I think these are the most, but I can say some other things, but I think the most relevant.
Mr. Varani, you wanted to complete.
Just a small thing, because what is true for municipalities to include the ones that are less capacity, not because, you know, they are weaker, but because perhaps they can bring you something else which you don't think. And this also applies to migrants, because if you don't involve the migrants in the design of your program or initiative, you could build a bridge to nowhere, because you're not going to get where the people are. Or so what goes for municipality also goes for migrants.
Thank you very much. There is another question.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Ochiri. I'm a researcher, but I'm also a policy and advocacy advisor at the European Network Against Racism. And I think it's more of like a comment, but I mean, it could as well be interpreted as a question. It's about language. It's about discourse, because I think that language is imbued with power. And I think that we've like used interchangeably integration and inclusion. And I think that it's really very important that when we use these words, because they mean different things, they have different consequences on the lives of migrants, especially the most vulnerable migrants. It's also the same with when we use migrants and refugees interchangeably. So I'm quite interested to kind of understand from your perspectives, of course, and also from the IOMs as well, what language you prefer to use and the reasons why that is the case. Because as I said earlier, language has the power of excluding and including vulnerable groups, and also just one last comment. This is all about diversity. And I think that when we did the questionnaire online, it quite represented a very diverse audience, but I cannot also I must also highlight as well that oftentimes the most vulnerable migrants are not included in spaces like this. And this is still very true of this space as well. And that is something that we should not only say, but we have to actively try our best to ensure that they are included. I mean, we say this all the time. I've been in so many spaces like this over the years, and it's always the same thing. But then you go to the next space and it is the same thing. And I think that's really important that we don't just say these words because they are nice things to say, but we actually try to do these things. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. In the panel, do you want to react? Mr. Barani, please.
Yeah, I think it's important what you say. I mean, in terms of what the European Commission is trying to do, I mean, in the limits of what we can do in terms of competence also of the money, with the new action plan on integration and inclusion, we created this network of experts of migrant views, which means that since 2020, we have a group of volunteers, of people that are sometimes themselves have a refugee or a migrant background. Some of them also move through, you know, the irregular or the undocumented phase, and after they found a place. Also because, in my view, it's important to say that people have rights. If people that don't have papers also don't have the possibility to feel comfortable in an open and public space. So this is a difficult discussion for the European Commission, because this is also a very difficult discussion at the national level, but at least in this kind of trying to listen to the voice, but at least to try to design with the preference of people that are going to be the beneficiaries, but also they are the people that work together with us in this field, is at least one small step that the European Commission is doing. I can agree with you that language is important. So if you see, there's a bit of evolution now in the action plan, because in 2016, when the first action plan on integration was launched, it was all integration, because it was after the so-called refugee crisis of 2015, 2016. And it was specifically focused on people, so to speak, on newcomers, on migrants and refugees. Now with the new action plan is integration and inclusion, because also we try to enlarge the scope to immediate descendants of migrants, which perhaps are born, educated, and grew in the countries. And integration is not the right word for the problems that these immediate descendants are experiencing. I cannot prejudge about what I believe that is going to be a new action plan, which I don't know which words is going to use, but what I heard from migrants, including refugees, is that NGOs and also groups would like to talk about participation instead of integration and inclusion, to move to a more participatory. So this is a possibility, but I think that everything is possible, but beyond the words, you need to do action deeds. And so I grant you that language is important, but also we need results. We need that whatever you call it, because I know that integration sometimes is criticized to be problematic from a certain point of view, but please don't just hang on the label, and just let's try to see what happens on the ground, because this is also important. Because if the right spirit is there, I hope that we can also move beyond the labels.
Thank you for this comprehensive reply. Anyone else from the panel? Rosanna?
I think that, I would like to complement what Mr. Barani just said, because also from our experience within the Include EU project, also local authorities remembered us, don't make differences, because for us, they're all the beneficiaries in vulnerable conditions, have the rights to be supported. And sometimes we are all aware of the differences. If we want to compare the migratory background of refugees or migrant workers instead of families reunified in the countries. But I think, yeah, also the perspective of the local authorities, in particular social services, that actually are dealing on daily basis on needs of vulnerable groups, looking into their capacity. They would like to have a cross-cutting approach to vulnerability, despite the fact that they, of course, are conscious of the differences, but also start bit overcoming the picture of the vulnerability, because sometimes they are paying more attention to the resilience of the groups instead of their lack or gaps or difficulties. So that's why that sometimes also looking into the refugees, for example, conditions, they're working with indeed refugees, able to include themselves in active participation activities in the community, for example, providing advice to others, becoming also leaders in their small communities for other migrants. So that's why also for local authorities, it's very important to overcome this level approach in this sense.
Thank you, Rosella. I will leave the floor to Ms. Charvi. Please, you wanted to react also to this question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And just, in the same direction than the previous responses. For all cities we worked with, we went and met with migrant association. And so it's true that wording matters. However, it's action that matters the most. And what kind of action for inclusion? The problem is when you are in a city, we all know that there are some areas which are more distressed than others. So distressed neighbors, very often they receive, the newcomers much more than the other parts of the city for, of course, affordable housing reason, but also because of community, you go where your relatives, friends are. And at the beginning of the process of inclusion, it's very useful because you can receive multiple tips in your own language to integrate the local society. The problem is that it creates, on a longer term basis, more exclusion than inclusion, more segregation than inclusion and integration. Why? Because this question of poverty area are much broader, and it's very difficult to leave this area. So we found some solution, for example, in Vienna for a variety of reasons, or for a small city in Altena, because the mayor in Germany, he decided to give housing to newcomers in a diverse way in the city, with peers, with mentors, godfathers from the local society. So instead of creating pocket of segregation, he used the housing tool as a way to have a more diverse and inclusive society. It's also true through different action. Everywhere you can create diversity. For example, women learning IT in libraries in Barcelona, or kids from whatever place learning music in Glasgow. This type of creating a common, beneficiary of local policies is very, very important. So just to underline the fact that, again, it's of course imperative to mobilize migrant association and their experience. But for me, inclusion, integration, participation I'm very concrete. So let's speak about actions which have an impact.
Many thanks, Claire. Maybe I can give the floor to Joanna. She wanted to react as well.
It's so I will complement and maybe diverge slightly. So at the AER, what we currently are using is interculturalism. So the Council of Europe also uses intercultural integration, but then it's a two-way integration. It's the so-called host society, it's newcomers, it's everybody has to integrate into a new reality, because actually what we are witnessing is demographic change. Society is changing, voila. So I'm not going to detail that very much further, because our member Catalonia can speak more to that in the second panel. Basically, the principle of interculturalism is to value diversity, enforce real equality, which means also fighting discrimination, and for enabling meaningful interaction and enabling civic participations. And so with those four angles, we use that as a lens to look at all sorts of policies, actually. And so all sorts of policies can be made intercultural and with mutual this sort of mutual integration. So it doesn't answer completely the question, but it gives something else.
Thank you. I can ask the public. I checked in the chat. Apparently, we don't have at this moment questions online. Anyone else from the public that would like to? Yes, please go ahead. You are connected online. You have a question. May I ask you to introduce yourself and ask your question?
Yes, so I'm working for the Assembly of European Regions at Mathilde, and I'm just sharing the questions from the participants online. There is, in general, there were many comments saying, I agree with what is being said, so that's very nice to see. There's a question about migration and voting, and as Jean-Luc Van Haas mentioned earlier, integration is a very important part of make migrants feel like they belong. So the question is around democratic participation for all EU citizens, and what are your thoughts on this, and about voting at EU elections? This was the question.
So the question is political participation, voting?
Yeah, democratic participation.
Democratic participation. Anyone from the panel would like to take this question?
Apologies, we can't hear anything at the moment from the mic.
I'm sure that, as you are all aware, this is very much a matter for a member state who is and who is outside the body politic. And perhaps, as you know, European citizenship, EU citizenship was a step from above, if you want, where basically the member states, part of the European project, they were to a certain extent forced or promoted to enlarge a bit the concept of who can vote or not. And this was part of 1992 Maastricht Treaty. And the fun fact is that the country that most blocked, or at least was took more convincing for this, is not the UK, but it was not the UK at the time, but it was Belgium. Because in Belgium, this was seen, Belgium being an open society, was seen as upsetting the political equilibrium, which is carefully crafted, understand, between the Flemish community, the Wallonia, Brussels, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, Belgium is also one of the most advanced political participation framework, because not only European citizens, but once that European citizens were given the right to vote at the local level. Also in Belgium, because of this push, there was also the law was amended in order also to give the same right of vote to third country nationals. And so is Belgium is, in my view, is a good example, or at least is a test case of what happens if you are going to enlarge in creative ways the political rights of the of non-nationals. So to remain diplomatic, however, and this I wouldn't like to is as it was said before. I believe it is not all a good story. You have also issues there where basically you take away an incentive to, for instance, to naturalize. If you like in France, citizenship and the rights that go with are restricted, and it's very difficult to acquire these rights. So there is an incentive to naturalize, which all the integration and sometimes also very constrictive conditions that go with it. But at the same time, if you give political rights, this at least is one of the criticism, is that you take out an incentive to become part of the body politic. So there are cons and benefits and disadvantages as everywhere else. But I wouldn't like to try to exhaust this topic. But the fact is that at least the European Union pushed this for European citizens in a time where it was still possible to try to be creative with these rights, with the political rights. I'm afraid that today, as we speak, at the national level, in many countries, including mine, Italy, is a very, very difficult discussion. But the risk is also that what I see is that there is a risk more and more of parallel societies. That by clearly saying, you're not going to be given voting rights, you are going to be an object of our policies, but you're not going to be a subject. So you cannot express your vote. There is a risk that we are going to create parallel societies in cities where migrants are, which they consider themselves to be the object and not the subject of the policy. Why I believe that is important also in creative ways where cities are able to listen to the concerns and to include them in the decision-making process in any case, because if not, we give them a place which one of the objects of policies and not of autonomous subject.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the time, and maybe I'll take this chance to go back to the subject matter of this panel, which is about transnational exchanges. And I wish to then take the opportunity to go through a round of questions to all panel members. And the question I would like to ask is, how can we further support the transnational networks for mutual learning among local and regional authorities? And what are the priorities in the years to come in your views? I will leave the floor maybe perhaps first to Claire.
Thank you very much, and I'll be brief. I think that it's excellent to share practices to create trust across and among members of a community of practice, as mentioned before, with an effect which is not only to increase their specific self-capacities, but also to communicate with partners at national and supranational level. What is very important is that to be powerful, this transnational network for me, they should deliver very clear and simple. You told it, it's a complex topic. So we need to deliver quite simple indicators of performance in delivering local integration or local inclusion policies. And with these simple indicators of performance, it will be easier, to maybe measure the gap and so the need of subnational government to compare with others, to benefit from support of the EU or national government. Because when they pay for something, they need to associate it with an impact, with an effect. And so not only the revelation of good practices and good, mechanism to make inclusion happen, but also to measure it very simply, because without these indicators of performance, we will miss one of the main targets, I guess, for this transnational network, which is to communicate. Nowadays, across Europe, and not only in Europe, we know that migration and migrant integration could become, in French we say, des sujets clivants, topics which separate the opinion and which are sometimes used by some political parties to build on that, to create adherence to their own party. While if we have simple indicators, measurement of improvement and impact, showing that it has benefit, and it is demanded by private actors, it is demanded by a variety of citizens, it's very important, and it can limit some paradox, the fact that sometimes in some places, local citizen, local population, they are adverse migration, while their companies, local firms, they really want to host more migrants because they need it. It can also avoid paradox like you spoke about demographic issues. In rural areas, they need absolutely to attract people. But rural areas, very often they are associated with an opinion which is more negative than in urban places because they are not used to such diversity. With clear indicators of performance impact, it is really useful to communicate. So if there is something for me as a next step, I think that it would be very, very important to go toward this type of simple indicators.
Thank you very much, Claire. Joanna, would you like to reply to that question?
Yes, with pleasure. So I totally agree. We need to agree on success factors. If we do something together, we need to know what we do together. So that is often something that seems obvious, but is not always the case. And it should be also revised so that we can change. In our experience as well, be it ad hoc networks or longer networks, we do want to have very concrete outputs, very concrete things that we are going to do together and agreements on who is doing what. For networks need facilitation, but they need our ownership at the same time. So it's complex. It's two movements almost. So it's like music, right? It's quite delicate. It needs delicacy, maybe.
Thank you very much, Rossella.
Yeah, maybe I will say that keeping in mind that, again, here we are trying to make simple things complex. We already, as I said before, we agreed for the coming months to keep in touch. This means that for the Includ EU network, we already agreed 3 years, for the coming 3 years. You mentioned the ownership responsibility. We will turn in each of the countries. We decided to continue meetings, study visit, at least one per year, and also workshops where we can continue, let's say, transferring knowledge each other. So again, as I said in my conclusion before, I think here it's a matter of motivation and commitment. It is true that there are so many networks on papers, sometimes too much on papers and less in practice, but we also would like to do learning by doing. So not so many commitments today for the coming months, but at least very simple actions in our to-do list to still have the network available for the transfer of knowledge, as we said.
Thank you very much. Luca, in your views, the priorities for this transnational exchange?
So I'm going to repeat myself. First of all, is really try to include, in this case, smaller municipalities, but also in any way, groups or organization with smaller capacities. And what works best, in my view, is the what also mentioned before. It was trust bonds, or at least because it's not because you communicate. It's not only the message that is important, but it's the person that gives you the message, and it is much more effective if it's coming from somebody that you can either relate or you can trust, because you are taking on board more. So it's because of what, or because of that we have this renewed urban agenda, where basically we try to include smaller or medium-sized towns and municipalities, because also they can, we hope, function as multipliers, because we know that sometimes the vertical dimension between the lower level and the national or the regional doesn't always work well. Municipalities, sindaci, burgmeister, or mayors sometimes learn from each other, depending if it's the municipality close or if they have other networks, and they trust more their peers than not always the people that are coming from the European Commission to teach them how to do it.
Thank you, Luca. So some keywords that I noted are indicators and evidence, measurable indicators, concreteness and the balance between ownership and facilitation. Rosella, you mentioned motivation, commitment, and Luca, trust. Now, I have one very last question for every one of you, and this is a challenge because I want to ask you in one word, or maybe two, maximum three. What is needed? What is needed for the sustainability of these transnational networks?
May I? I have the three words. Partnerships with private sector. I believe this is a lesson learned from the Includ EU project, because we invited some representatives and we realized that for some aspects, they are also relevant in order to facilitate the inclusion of so public and public sectors together, I would say.
Very good, Joanna.
Practicing what we preach. So trying to mirror when we want to do participation or things like that, think how we do the format of the things that we organize and so on. And it's not easy, honestly.
Thank you. Luca.
Long-term perspective, because I think that, I mean, what we see is that, I mean, crises are good in certain ways because you have to react, you have to innovate, but moving from a crisis to another is not the way to go forward. And I'm sorry to be pessimistic, but for me, integration, inclusion, or whatever you want to call it, is a long-term perspective. You are not going to measure integration results from one year to another, but discussing 10 years, 20 years. How can you say if a child that was born here, you have to wait for 20 years to see? And so you need some time. In time, I would say that you need time.
Claire, please.
Involve central government in the network. I think that for a variety of reasons that we mentioned during this discussion, They are the one who can decide about policy for a variety of dimensions. They are often the one who can pay for it. And so do not make this network just, if I may, I know it's not, but a relation, as we did, between international organization and subnational government, because there will be one elephant missing in the room. And it's also a way to sensibilize them to local realities and make them more, I would say, positive in contributing to this long-term inclusion that Luca just mentioned.
Thank you very much, Claire. So, partnership with private sector, practice what we preach, long-term perspective, and involve the central government. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your active participation, for your attention, and for the wonderful insights that you shared with us in this panel.
Thank you.
We have a coffee break now.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Claire. Goodbye.
And panel in a moment. Before we do, and before I introduce myself and our panelists, I'd like to turn the virtual microphone over to Matilda, who is online, to give us some insight on the reflections on the question that was posed during the coffee break. Here you can see the question. In your view, what is the most important element for more effective inclusion at the local and regional level? So Matilda, if you could please share your insights with us.
Thank you very much. I will share the thoughts of Karima Zaif, who's from Brussels International, Brussels Capital Region Public Service. So firstly, respect for dignity is quite essential. Also in the EU Action Plan on Integration and Inclusion, it will be, so I quote, it will be implemented in close interaction with the forthcoming action plan to implement the European Pillar of Social Rights and the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan. To also build synergies with the EU Roma Strategic Framework for Equality, Inclusion and Participation, the LGBTIQ Equality Strategy 2025, the forthcoming strategy to combat anti-Semitism, and the EU Citizenship Report. It will aim to build and strengthen contact and trust between communities within society and fight isolation and segregation. So about this, Karima says that this approach is very important, but to what extent is it feasible at national or regional level when areas of competencies are shared? She gives the example of Belgium, where migration is a federal competency, as it is anti-racism, but at regional level, only equality and anti-racism. This means that some regions in EU countries have to be creative in contributing to migrant inclusion. So she also says that another important ingredient to effective inclusion at the local and regional level is, she quotes, nothing about us without us, as Mary Robinson insisted on. It is a paramount to take appropriate measures to enable meaningful and effective participation of excluded groups. For example, interpretation, ensure diversity of representation, and not just some spokespersons, build trust, do outreach, and capacity building. So that was her thought. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Matilda, for sharing those comments and remarks with us. Happy to welcome you to our second panel of the day. My name is Christina Baich. I am an associate researcher at the Center for Migration, Diversity and Inclusion at the Brussels School of Governance here at the Free Flemish-Speaking University, or VUB, where I'm also a professor. And my research and professional interests are in the role of the private sector enhancing livelihood security of vulnerable groups. And I take a gender perspective, so I'm very much interested in how women's economic inclusion can translate into their more meaningful participation in fragile and conflict-affected environments. Our roundtable discussion will focus on local and regional multi-stakeholder approaches for more effective inclusion processes in Europe. You can see here in the program, we're hoping to generate a discussion about a comprehensive understanding of how local and regional multi-stakeholder approaches can significantly contribute to more effective inclusion processes in Europe. We're hoping to also spark a little bit of heated discussion or raise some topics that may not necessarily be the ones that sit with us comfortably, but we're also interested in understanding that by bringing together diverse perspectives and expertise, that this discussion will seek to inspire innovative strategies, collaborative efforts, and policy recommendations that can drive positive change at the grassroots level and lead to more inclusive societies across Europe. We have 5 guest speakers with us. Starting from the left, we have Ida Hadjemetovic, very sorry for my pronunciation, from Slovene Philanthropy. We have to my right, Noor Aldin Maybar from the Tilburg Refugee Advisory Board, Marlin Nubio from the Catalonia Region and Intercultural Regions Network, Bashak Yavchan from Migration Policy Group, and here also to my right, Andrea Leyer from the European Association for Local Democracy. I'd also like to remind those who are calling in online or participating online to feel free to raise any comments or questions, remarks in the chat function. Matilda is following them closely, and we'll make sure to raise them later on in the panel. So I'd like to start off by asking each of our guest speakers to introduce themselves beyond just your affiliation. Also tell us a little bit about why you became involved in this topic. Share some examples of how the collaborations that you've been involved in support effective inclusion processes. So maybe, Noor, if I could start with you, since you're right on my right.
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Noor. Hello, everyone. My name is Noor Maybar again. I'm representing here the Refugee Advisory Board in Tilburg and North Brabant region. Yeah, we are involved in a way that we are a group of migrants that provide advices to different stakeholders in the region, including municipalities, including other organizations about the implementation and ideation of new policies related to migrants in the region. And we also provide feedback about the implementation of these policies to different stakeholders. We provide also our comments most of the time. We are a group of like between 6 and 10 people usually from different backgrounds, from different nationalities, from different ages, with different also profession backgrounds. So this is in total the Refugee Advisory Board in the region and its engagements with the projects Includ EU. Thank you.
Why you got involved? What motivated?
Well, of course, you'd like to be included in the discussion that's about you yourself as a migrant. I'm also coming from as a migrant to the Netherlands, and as well as the other members. And we wanted to be like really involved in the new policies and implementation, providing feedback to make it easier and smoother for the newcomers as well to go through and integrate into society. We would like also to be involved in the ideation of these policies to make sure that nothing about us happens without us. So this is basically the motivation of not only me, but also a lot of other members. It's also good to mention that we are not providing advices based on our individual opinion only, but we also use our network. So we are representing a big part of the community in the region as well. Thank you.
Yep. Hi, everyone. I'm Andrea Leali. I work for ALDA, the European Association for Local Democracy. For those of you that don't know, ALDA is an umbrella NGO, which has more than 350 members from local authorities, NGOs, university, all kind of organization. And I work as a project manager, so I work with projects mainly funded by AMIF, but as well as Horizon or Erasmus+, always on the topic of migration, since the organization is divided in different thematic hubs, and I work on the thematic hub of migration. Well, as for me, if I have to answer again on the question why I became involved, I mean, even though I was born in Europe, so on the how can I say, the lucky part of the world, probably, it has always been a topic that I was attached to, and I started volunteering in Italy for a different organization, working both on implementing like services at the local level, as well as like first aid for migrants coming to Europe and those that were gaining the status of refugees. And so with my educational background brought me to Brussels, and here I am working for an NGO trying to keep doing the same work at another level that I was doing first in Italy, but now at the European level, hoping it would bring like positive changes. So I guess this is it.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Marlene Nouveau. I'm head of unit of policy implementation at the DG for Migration, Anti-Racism and Asylum at the Catalan government, and also here representing the Intercultural Regions Network, which Catalonia is currently chairing. Basically, on the topic of multi-stakeholder approaches in the terms of inclusion of migrants, I would like to say something that has been already said during the whole day in the different spaces that we have had to discuss the outcomes that the Include EU project has had, and also learn from some new experiences, which is we don't want to do policies for migrants or for society, but we rather prefer to do policies with migrants and with society, and therefore we need this multi-stakeholder approach and also a multi-level, including all levels of governance, so that we can have this holistic approach and adapt to the necessities of each individual, regardless of their background, but also taking into account very different situations that a person might have. And I think that this is the core of the approach that we take from the Catalan government, and maybe we can go into it a little bit more later.
Thank you. I'm Başak Yavşan. I'm the head of research from the Migration Policy Group. Along with the several lines of research we're doing in an attempt to contribute to a diverse and inclusive society. Most likely you know us for our work of MyPEX, which is comparatively assessing national integration policies. through its extensive network of experts in the EU and beyond the EU. With this scorecard, we basically hope to use our data-driven approach to map integration policies of different countries along several policy dimensions, including education, anti-discrimination, health, political participation, basic rights. And our goal has been to inform the national policymakers, our stakeholders, like-minded stakeholders, as well as migrants in the EU on where they stand, where these countries stand on integration policy, on these different dimensions also, as well as we try to develop toolkits for them how to improve on their policies as well. Aware of the fact that integration takes place at the local level and observing the sub-national variation across the countries, as many of you have, and that's why you're in this field basically working on this area. We extended our spotlight to also include sub-national level in the recent years. Our first attempt was looking at integration policy at the regional level with the project called Region, which the indicator we then called in a very creative way, MyPEX-R. And now we're working together with a great consortium called Holcom, and we're developing a MyPEX-L, which is more even local level, city level, where mostly we include smaller cities as well as the medium-sized cities. And I'm happy to talk about the results, but shall I leave that for later? Yeah, I thought so too. So we're just hoping that with these indicators and toolkits provide and the policy dialogue events to promote the mutual learning for which we're all here for. So thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Aida Hadjahmetovic from Slovenia, and I work for two NGOs. So I'm here as the representative of Slovene Philanthropy, which is active for 30 years in the field of the migration. So we, including me also, we work in the legacy, so integration program and so on. So we collaborate with international organizations, NGOs, what else? I think so that, let's say, the Slovene Philanthropy. So I'm also one of the migrants. I came to Slovenia from Bosnia and Herzegovina. So by my experience and by my work experience, I know all the way. As someone came as a foreigner people, so I was also the guardian of the accompanied minor. So I know all those steps. And by my knowledge, I'm a lawyer by the profession. So I try to give them the knowledge how to fight for their rights, even if they have the reasons, they don't have the knowledge how to present the reasons to obtain the international protection. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Bashak or Merlin, do you have anything to follow up with, or no? Go ahead and we can move over to the, okay. So just curious to hear a little bit more from our panelists about the process of collaboration. We know that it can take extra effort, sustained efforts, can be difficult at times, especially when you are engaging with other stakeholders who may not operate in the same manner as you. So I was just curious to hear a little bit more about your own experiences with developing and sustaining collaboration with other actors. Maybe Noor, I know that we talked a little bit about this in the break. Maybe if you'd like to jump in there first again.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, eventually you'll have to find a way to collaborate because it's the most important factor for success, to collaborate with others. Whether you like it or not, you'll have to work with the guy in front of you to make something happen for your for the plan. So there are plenty of ways to make that happen. First of all, focus on the low-hanging fruit when it comes to like agreements. For example, like, okay, maybe you will never reach the 100% of what you are asking, but maybe by having a good meeting, you can come up with 30%, which is also important. Then you can build and capitalize on that later on. There are plenty of ways of doing that. But in general, I guess, as an advisory, Yeah, for example, we use it in our planning, for example. We have so many topics that can be picked up to help and provide advices on with the municipality, for example. So when we work out our planning for the next year or the year before, we pick up the topics that makes the most for the refugees. So we prioritize them the highest on our agenda, and then we start engaging with the stakeholders around these topics to see their willingness of engaging with us. So this is a very good example of focusing on the thing that you have control on rather than the thing that you cannot have control on. Yeah, so basically, this is it, I guess.
And I know we have representatives in the audience, right? As far as I understand, from the municipality.
Yeah, we have
So,
volunteers.
yeah, maybe if you want to briefly introduce yourselves as well. If you want to briefly introduce yourselves as well, just to the audience, so we know that there's also, yeah, partners here as well.
I'm a project leader at the municipality of Tilburg in the south of the Netherlands, and I guide the advisory board.
My name is Iris. I'm the policy advisor on the city of Tilburg, working together with Noor and Floor.
Thank you. Nice to have you both here. Maybe we can jump to Marland. Since you are representing the regions, it may be interesting to sort of piggyback and get your insight on sustained collaboration, including when things get difficult.
Yes, I think what we need to take into account or have always in mind is that we need to kind of adapt always to other stakeholders, and in every form of collaboration, there's always this part of adapting. And as public administration, I think that we have a big responsibility on it, especially when working with stakeholders that may not have this professional structure, but are rather based on people working on their free time in a voluntary base in this organization, and are trying to push forward some changes, some ideas, and they often have great ideas, and they often achieve things that we as administration, with the barriers that we face and the constraints that we have, may not be reaching. So it's very important that we take these people and organizations on as collaborators to implement the different policies, and we need to understand how they work to better adapt and make this collaboration easier. And I think that the sustainability of a multi-stakeholder approach, and I think that we can see that also in working in the intercultural regions network, is that when we collaborate, we also need to get something out of this collaboration. So it's not just working for the aim, but the people involved need also to have some kind of personal gain about it. So it's the motivation that you get from exchanging views, the knowledge that you might be getting from interchanging different perspectives and learning from initiatives that are implemented by other stakeholders. And I think that's also really important, especially when things get tough, because then you still have something to keep on working, and you remember those positive issues as well, and it's not so tiring. So I think yeah, these might be very like two basic things that we need to take into account, but of course yeah, we have to also maintain a constant dialogue with all the stakeholders, and not just now speaking about civil society, but also of the private sector, so that they also feel listened to, and they also can help us shape the policy so that we have a better impact on society at the end of the day.
Thank you. And maybe we can hear from our other two civil society representatives, maybe Ida and Andrea. Maybe if you would either like to respond, either of you would like to respond.
So we, firstly, you all know that Slovenia is a small country. And me as a representative of the NGO, we cannot do nothing by themselves and just ourselves. And because of that, we are connected with other NGOs, with other international organizations, governmental organizations. We cannot collaborate such much with the governmental organization. They have their own idea, and let's say we are capable, but they are not willing to listen our good idea and to accept good practice of the other countries, if not my Bosnian idea. My Bosnian ideas are really great ideas, and I have the results about it. You know, the Slovenia are strict, and I try to find always the way how to do it legally, but a little bit different. And so to make the softer way to obtain the result, of course, using the idea and good practice of the NGO, other NGOs, governmental, other side. So out of Slovenia, our governmental are not so open-minded. And of course, without help concretely of IOM, the family unification, where I'm very active, will be almost impossible. Regarding Slovenia, firstly, do not have the embassy in the countries where the applicants came. So without help of IOM, of Red Cross, it will be impossible, mission really impossible, even if I am James Bond.
Well, of course, for us, like capitalizing on the efforts and the results of like the project and the services that we try to create and implement and improve, it's essential. And well, in order to do so, since we are an alliance of like municipalities and local authorities, we always work with them, but not only with them. So first, for policy making and for project implementation, there's always this co-designing approach, in the sense that for new services, for new projects, yes, there's the local authorities, but local authorities has always to work with NGOs, with the local population, with newcomers, with whoever is going to be the user of the services that you're trying to create or improve. So there's always this aspect which is super important, according to me, for the sustainability of the service itself, because if it's co-design, so if the local population, if the end user are also the co-designer, in the sense they will not take the services for granted, they will care much more about the services. So this is one of the aspects that we are trying to work more. So we always work with the citizens, with the population in the target territory. And then another, for instance, another example I can bring for the sustainability in the collaboration is when we are trying to implementing projects, we always want, like for instance, we were working on the EPIC project, which won the same call as Includ EU, the same AMIF call. It just ended, and we managed to sign those so-called memoranda of understanding with local authorities. So we make local authorities aware of the benefit of like collaborating with NGOs and with the local population. So at the end of the project, they sign, so the mayor of each municipality sign this memorandum of understanding where they commit themselves in engaging with NGOs and with the local population for when creating policy, when doing policy making on the topic of integration and inclusion of migrants. So in several local authorities, there was this sort of network of NGOs and migrant-led organization and citizens as well that wanted to be part of it. And the municipality sign, so engage, commit themselves really in always including them during the policy making. So we are always trying to bring like with this very multi-stakeholder approach, including everyone in the policy making process.
Andrea, maybe I can just build on that for all of you with regards to the multi-stakeholder approach. Do you have the impression that it needs to be broadened even more to include other actors, such as academia, or such as the private sector, or are you comfortable where you're kind of where you're at?
Of course, it can always be improved, definitely.
Why? Why would you say that?
Well, first of all, yeah, for instance, in the project that it just ended, we included, of course, academia as well. There was like a research at the beginning, trying to understand the strength and the challenges that the local authorities were facing as for the integration and inclusion of migrants in different areas. So we were considering like housing, employment, well, very similar to Includ EU topic areas, which of course are the one where local authorities have to work the most on. But for the policy making aspect, for the multi-stakeholder approach, yeah, NGOs, migrant-led organization, is already a good thing. The fact that we managed to include this organization in the policymaking process, and we managed to commit the local authorities to actually listen to what they wanted to say on how a service can be improved. But well, probably we should advertise even more about this aspect in order for like citizens to engage more in general. And the private sector as well is definitely important because it's like a huge part of the society and it has to be included more, yeah.
Maybe I can add one more thing. If you look at also the agility in the public sector compared to the private one, it's completely different. So when you bring something more agile, probably it also stimulates the way that things go, like ideas come to action, which is also a very important aspect in the light of having like really results as soon as you can get to like also enjoy the winning so that you can use it for the motivation for the upcoming projects. So this is a very important aspect. If you work like in the shadow for 1-2 years without actual results and actual impactful result that you see on the things that you are trying to implement, you like feel a little bit frustrated. So you're less motivated. If you bring something that motivates you to like do your benchmarking a little bit earlier in stages, this is by itself an improvement. And it also helps for the sustainability for the project, because there is like more confidence from the stakeholder that this is actually working.
Yeah. That's someone speaking from a private sector perspective too, right? Yeah. All right, Bashak, I think you have a comment.
Maybe I can briefly add, looking at it more comparatively, what we also found through our research, which we conducted also with different stakeholders at the local and international level and national level as well, we took it very seriously to understand this level of engagement across the different stakeholders for each city or region when we are measuring this dimension. And we looked at first decision-making within the cities, consultation of foreign residents at the municipal level in terms of, seeing them as stakeholders and getting them engaged in the process, but also intermunicipal cooperation, whether or not cities are engaged with other cities in their country or at the EU level or at the beyond the EU level. Or with the regions, so both horizontal and vertical in a more like a multi-level governance spirit, and as well as whether or not they're supporting the civil society, because a lot of times at the local level, it is really the civil society bringing forward the needs, setting the agenda, and also helping with implementation, what kind of a relationship there is with the civil society, if there is in-kind support, if there are material support, if it is ad hoc, if it is more regular, and all of this differentiation analysis actually showed us those who scored higher on those dimensions, considering that there is in a city, there is political will, and considering that the public opinion is in favor of, let's say, not against this kind of policy making, when especially the obstacles are material, capacity related or resource related. Having these kind of networks tremendously eases policy making on integration, makes it very easy. So those municipalities or localities, cities who manage to have better networks really overcome these material obstacles very easily and can actually develop very almost best practice integration models, integration framework, despite their small size, for instance, or despite their lack of capabilities in the first place. I just wanted to add that. So it's a very important dimension, and I'm really happy that you brought it up.
Ida or Marlon, would either of you like to interject? Are there any stakeholders that you would like to work more closely with or entertain the idea to engage with?
So any organization or even with all I mentioned before, it's not possible to gain the success. I think so that also the private sector has to be included. Let's say for the employing the migrants, it's absolutely necessary to work also with them. For the people, we know who needs the worker, and then of course it firstly has to be checked if the company who needs the worker are good one or bad one, and there are also the system to check if they are really good one. There are the organization in Slovenia who cares about the rights of the worker. They have the lists of the company, let's say, which are just of the paper, the company. So the collaboration has to be, and no one can do by themselves alone. So it has to be broader collaboration. Otherwise, we just try to do something what we think that it is okay, but without collaboration, we can also make the big mistakes.
And if I may add to what has already been said in our case, I think also, and we are already starting to include that more, is the work with academia. We think it's very important also to have the data when designing and evaluating the policies. And then one thing that would be really interesting and very positive in the future is to work more directly with people with migrant background. So we already have a board, a migration board, where people with migrant background representing different associations can participate, and they are consulted on public policy that we implement. But we realized during this last, let's say, 1.5 years, where we had a participatory process to design a new action plan against racism at a regional level, and we asked directly people who were affected by racism what policies we needed to put in place, not just speaking about discrimination or comments on the streets, but also on institutional racism. So what were we doing wrong as an administration? What barriers, what unnecessary barriers we were currently putting into place that we weren't even aware of the effect that these barriers were having on these people. So we asked them directly how we could change that or what problems they were facing, and then look together how we can implement that. And that had a really positive effect. It created more trust from migrant people in the institution, especially taking into account that currently, and that is not our under our power, but at the national level, I think it's in mostly all European countries, but also Spain, migrant people, they have no right to vote. So we need to find other ways, at least until the legislation changes. We need to find other creative forms to involve people so that they can also take part in public policies and become political subjects and not objects, as previously Luca was mentioning from DG Home. So I think we should find also more structured ways so that they can participate more often, and not just creating this one-off participatory process for a very specific action plan, but so that they can also take more part in the daily life and then in the design of policies that at the end will have an effect on them.
Thank you very much. Maybe that would lead me to the next question for our civil society panelists, because before the first panel, some of us talked about, well, what happens for civil society organizations if the local, regional, or national government doesn't subscribe to democratic principles, some even may say a feminist agenda. What then? How do you continue to operate? How can you operate in that kind of a political landscape, which may not be as welcoming and favorable to your approaches? Maybe Andrea, if I can ask you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, of course, we always try to have like this very holistic approach, trying to resonate with them, trying to make them aware of the benefits of like some sort of collaborations, both with us, with NGOs in general, with local NGOs mainly, because of course, like we are a European level, but we are working mainly at the local one. So we are always collaborating with local NGOs, with local civil society organizations. It happens sometimes that we have problems, we have issues with local authorities. It happens already that, for instance, we always have to be aware of like political changes in local authorities. And well, sometimes there's not so much that we can do about it, because of course, if the political will is very strong and it's very strongly opposite to ours, then there's no margin for working on that. But otherwise, when on the other side, of course, maybe they are at least a little skeptical at the beginning, we are always working on these exchanges with other municipalities in order for them to understand, by seeing the best practices, by seeing how another municipalities can benefit from different services, projects, and activities that they're implementing, how they as well can benefit from them. So that's why we're always working on these peer-to-peer exchanges, on showing the best practices, because indeed that's the only way, is literally to see how it can benefit the residents, the population of the target territories.
To be honest, we never faced such a problem in the Netherlands, but now I guess it's the other way around. I guess the level of engagements from the municipalities toward migrants is very encouraging. It's very good. But I have to say, if we ever have been in that situation, probably we'll have to focus on the win-win situation for both, because we are living there, so there's a problem we are trying to fix, or there is something that we'd like to provide an advice on, which is not working, obviously, but they would like to hear it or not. We say it, and you cannot force things to get action. So you only have an advisory role, and you'll have to respect that at a certain time, leave it to the other to take actions on. So I don't have any like special like tool, or don't have a wizard stick to to try to fix it, at least from what I see right now as an advisory board.
So I agree what my colleague said. So the win-win situation is really best for all. So how to present to the persons who do not see win-win situation is really not easy one. In Slovenia, it's really especially hard regarding that at the moment it's not so willing to accept. Slovenia is small, and so when there are few more refugees, then it is panic. where to house them, how to give them that and those. And then to give them the opportunity. So we spoke also about the language. And one of the condition to be able to stay in Slovenia is after 2 years of legally being in Slovenia, you have to pass the exam of Slovene language. And they forget that there are no schools for learning the language. So how they can pass the exam of Slovene language if they cannot learn that? And we tell them, yeah, that is perfect, but give them the possibility to learn the language. It is their own problem. So and then we try to find the volunteers, but it's not the system. They try to, okay, they have to, how they will do it, it's not. And then we, among us, try to find the volunteers, the schools who will offer the lessons of Slovene language, who has the knowledge how to do it. So it's not easy, but it is, when I see the challenge, then I have much more energy. So that is maybe one of the good things. When there are no way how to do it, then you have even more ideas how to deal with that. And my motto is there are always a solution, always with collaboration.
I'm also from Slovenia, Maja Radinović Hajdić. I'm representing educational center, and I wanted to add something. If you ask me, Slovenia has no immigrant policy. We just have measures. You know, when and we are introducing measures where the half of the wood is already in fire, and and that's the problem. So the initiatives are actually coming from the smaller societies. When we are working with immigrants, for example, and then we can see, we can feel the need to do something. And then we are by ourselves searching for resources, for money, for everything. We are building good practices. But still, if we are presenting good practices to our even municipality government or national government, we have a feeling that they really don't care about it. Yeah, and something very strange is coming from that fact, you know. In some communities, there is an institution or more institutions. There is some enthusiastic people who are working on that. They are finding the money. And actually, it will sound funny, but if you are lucky enough as an immigrant and you are in that society, then you will be able to work towards to do that exam, etc., etc. But you know, that's not policy. That's just something that tomorrow maybe will not exist because there will be no call for project, etc., etc. And that's our biggest problem. Did I get it right? Yeah. For example, in our community, local community, we have a network. All the public institutions are member of the network. We are all working together. We know that it is a problem, but still our municipality doesn't give, a paper, a policy. No, we are saying, yeah, it's quite good because we have that. And the other municipality next to us doesn't. But our politics are not speaking about that at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe before we go back to the panel, maybe we could open it up to the rest of you, our guests, our participants. We'd like this, to be participatory, of course. So please introduce yourself, ask your question or offer your comment. Be curious to know whether or not anything that the panelists have said thus far resonate with you in your respective situations or experience. Yeah, please.
Hi, it's me again, Emmanuel Ochiri from ENA. I was just really it piqued my attention when the panelists said, like, I mean, sometimes we have like governments or municipalities or institutions that not necessarily want to work or that have different viewpoints, and it's about like coming to a mutual understanding. And my question or issue with that is, I think that generally in Europe, but it's also a global phenomenon as well, we have allowed a space for the far right to grow because we've often said, well, let's come to a mutual understanding. A recent example is the new pact on migration that was agreed between member states. And when the representative from the Greens was asked, he was like, we had to sign the pact because we had no choice. At least this was a win. But this pact is the worst thing that has happened to Europe in recent history. It's an absolutely horrible pact. And so at what point in time do we actually stand our ground and say, no, we cannot work with you because the values you stand for are not the values that Europe should represent? Fundamental values of respect, fundamental values of inclusion, fundamental values of everyone in Europe is welcome. So at what point in time do we actually say, no, we cannot work work with you, because working with you actually is creating a festering ground for the far right to continuously endanger human rights. And I think that we are moving towards a direction generally in Europe where the far right is not only trying to target migrants and vulnerable groups, the far right is trying to destroy democracy in Europe. And when we continuously collaborate with such institutions, with such municipalities, with such governments, because we want to have the small wins, what is the price we are paying for that? And I just wanted to raise this for the panelists, and I'll be really interested to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
If I may intervene, I mean, I'm not, I mean, I'm maybe here kind of the bad part, taking into account that I'm representing an administration, and that's like where the policies might change depending on the politician or the party that is currently in government. And that's like why we cannot question maybe like if we work or not from like with the far right if they are in government. But taking into account now like how we are working is like we have to set a common frame, which is basically respect for human dignity, respect for human rights, and also for democracy. And that's the framework for the debate. So anything that is out of this framework is not acceptable. And there we kind of set the line. And if you are not part of this framework, then your opinion doesn't count, and you are not kind of a valid interlocutor to speak to. So that is very important for us, and we see that it's not just with people with racialized people. It's also, we see that increasingly also with gender policies, for instance. And that's why I think it's very important that we also set the tone on what is acceptable as an administration, what is acceptable and what isn't. Having said that, what we need also to do as an administration, not as a civil society, I mean that someone else should answer for, but is that we need to take into account always the people, the like the end population, and sometimes we need to kind of find the ways, and not necessarily with let's imagine that in a municipality we have a far right government, and we as an administration at the regional level, we still need to find the way to offer services at this municipality where this municipality will not offer services for migrants, for instance, because they're far right. So we need to take into account that there are people suffering under this administration, and at some point we need to find, even if it's a small part of agreement, without saying that they are a valid interlocutor, but so that we are able to provide the services for migrants if the municipality, but because we cannot allow that because people live in one municipality or another and they have different conditions of living. So I mean, it's not like giving the reason to far right, but we still need to take into account that at some point, small things might have to be negotiated, and maybe not with the let's say local government, but find like a civil society organization that is working in that municipality where you can collaborate with to offer this kind of service that might be needed.
Thank you very much for that insight, very important insight. Would somebody else like to pose a question, offer a comment? Maybe Matilda, is there anyone online who has a comment or a question? No one? Silence? Like to continue hearing more from the panelists then? Yeah. Okay. Well, how about how do you define success in that sense? I would be curious to hear a little bit more. I mean, it'd also offer an opportunity for you to talk a little bit more in detail about your projects. Is there something that you felt like over the last few years is something you'd really like to kind of wave the flag over?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I can relate to that. In the advisory board, we were working with the municipality of Tilburg since 2018, and we picked up several projects across the years. One of the project that recently worked on that kind of the participation of the refugees in one of the asylum shelters in the region, and they were like having an issue with why people are not really participating in the activities that's suggested by the hosters there. So they used to get yes as an answer from the refugees about, yeah, we are going to attend and we are going to do that. It's nice. But eventually the level of engagements was really low. So we've been approached by that shelter and say, hey, maybe you can help us with fixing this problem. And we did, and we shared the results, and eventually it ended up in a success that they at least confirmed one of the reasons that they thought that it is the basic reason of the low level of engagements, because facilitation for the refugees was not enough to get into these activities. So by like engaging, in this case, people from the same background, it opened a different sense of dialogues with the refugees that makes them trust that they can share more information than what they can share with the other parties, which is like more official parties. So this is one of the examples that you can also build up and use as a value maximizer for such like local entities that's helping with the implementation of the new laws.
Very good, very good insight. Thank you. Maybe we can jump to Ida. Maybe do you have anything that you'd like to share? Any successes over the last few years?
So I see success of our work when the migrant people are more included. Not that we, as somebody already said, it's not to catch the fish for them, to learn them to do it. Then it is the biggest success we can do working with the migrants. Of course, my personal succeed is as regarding that I work in the family unification, when I see that the family members come and that they're then included really in Slovene society, and then they have the possibility to be and to stay in Slovenia. So the best goal we can have is that those people who came to be able to be included and to be really active in making policy. That is the biggest challenge and success.
So probably if I can relate to that as well, which is also very important one, probably we are working to be not needed anymore. So this is what you're actually saying. So we are working toward a society where our role is not necessary anymore.
Yeah, but don't forget, civil society is such an important linchpin of a democratic society. So even though you may want to work yourself out of a job, it's still important to to still remain, I would say. But Andrea, maybe do you have any thoughts on that as well? Can you piggyback off of what Noor and Ida have said, or something?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with them. Like, what success is in general, like, well, we have several examples in different projects that we have worked on. As I said earlier, like this commitment that we managed to have with several local authorities, but as well success can be like the participation that we managed to have at the local level, because when we are working for any projects, one activity that we always work on is, for instance, like a counter-narrative campaigns that we try to promote at the local level, trying to change the mindset in the target territory that we have, that we selected, because of the mindset that we know most of the people share, that maybe it's not the most positive attitude, to be euphemistic with as for migration. So we always work on the counter-narrative campaigns as well, and we always promote like local events for well, it's really like awareness events, let's say, mainly for the local population, not for newcomers, not for migrants, but for them, in order to change their mind. And often it works, luckily. So this is something else that we can consider success, definitely.
All right, thank you. Yeah, it really is a challenge to reach out to those who may not be our natural partners, right? Or who may not subscribe to our value system, but it's very important, especially nowadays, right? We can see if anything, migration is being more politicized, if not securitization of migration is happening in our neighborhood. So maybe Bashak, could you share about successes? And we talked a little bit about the need for more research, empirical evidence.
Sure. Actually, it is quite important to understand that sometimes at a given time, it may look like this one municipality is doing a great work with engaging the stakeholders, making good policy, but sometimes that is very ad hoc project-based level. And in my opinion, or our research also shows that success in this regard really relates to sustainability of these frameworks, and sustainability. For that, it is necessary definitely to engage different stakeholders, but it is also necessary to institutionalize these policies, and that is related to allocating resources, of course, but it is first of all important to have it on paper, which is a harder process to get to. So, but our continuously successful year after year municipalities or regions are those that adopted a migrant integration plan strategy, which establishes the rationale and objectives to be achieved, concrete actions to be implemented, set aside a specific budget, create and design a coordination structure, and also monitoring. And monitoring not just one issue that we have with comparative research is data and data gaps, unfortunately. So this relates to collecting the data on migrant integration, but also collecting the data regarding the projects that they implement, how effective a policy is. So it's, in other words, monitoring of the policy. And there you also need migrant involvement as well, multi-stakeholder approach. So with Region and Holcomb, what we see is this is one area, this kind of monitoring is an area where more work needs to be done, more work is required, and that's one area where the strategies are usually missing. And this was the case also at the national level. I mean, you had great practices like Ireland, where you have an amazing monitoring mechanism. It's the yearly done, etc. And countries where that is not as established, and it really makes a difference at the end of the day. And so for monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, the tools we are developing are also helpful. I would not like to just complain, but I would like to also direct us to resources. So for Region, we implemented a handbook for municipalities to actually self-assess, and a blueprint for improvement for regions. Now we're doing it for municipalities, also in collaboration with cities, in collaboration with civil society organizations, migrant-led organizations, and which you as a civil society representative can also score your municipality for, if they exist, if they don't exist. So, I mean, again, it requires a political will to improve, to adopt a blueprint for improvement, but it is also good to sometimes name and shame, to, ask for more improvements. So just wanted to have that.
And Basha, can we find the handbook on the Holcomb website? Where exactly can we find
the handbook? Is on the Region website. I'd be happy to share it with all of us. And the Holcomb is working on this kind of a roadmap, kind of similar to a handbook actually, and it's a toolbox, more like it's the checklist for local level stakeholders and policymakers to develop inclusive and effective migrant integration policies. We are having a series of local events to finalize it together with the stakeholders to validate it, let's say, if it works or it doesn't work, what needs to be added. It should be out very soon on the Holcomb webpage as well.
Thank you.
In November, probably, yeah.
Marlon, may I ask you, how would you define success in your respective position?
That's a very tricky question. I think that success can be defined in very different ways. I think I'm taking or putting the focus on the multi-stakeholder approach, which is what we are actually talking about. I would say that success is when this approach is somehow impregnates all the different levels of inclusion. And I will put that into an example that we have in Catalonia, which is implementing the intercultural approach, where we involved the municipalities and also the civil society. We created an action plan on intercultural integration. Inclusion. We speak going back to to the comment we had before. We speak about inclusion rather than integration. And then we have created projects on that. And at some point, we started working together with the Assembly of European Regions to put that in place also at a regional level, and creating this intercultural regions network so that all these policies could also be transferred to other regions and that we could learn also from each other. And at the same time, try to set a bit the agenda at the European level and also try to make this change. So I think that when we collaborate with the different levels and also with very different actors, then the outcome that we have is often a success, because we have a major impact on all different levels and very different regions as well. So I think that is a very positive outcome, and that would kind of define success in a multi-stakeholder approach. And maybe speaking more about a concrete practice that we have that we think is very successful is also trying to remove or overcome these barriers that often migrant people find, especially when they are in an administrative irregular situation. And in what we have in collaboration with nonprofit organizations in Catalonia is that we kind of help these organizations to hire migrants that are in a position to become regular in Spain, which is after 3 years. And if you have to fulfill some of the requirements that are set out by the law, but then you can, if you get a contract for 1 year, you can become a regular person. So what we are doing is we are funding nonprofit organizations to hire people so that they can become regular and can start accessing different rights. And we saw that by collaborating with these organizations, the impact has been massive. So we started by hiring 20 people the first year of the program, and by collaborating with civil society, seeing how we could improve the program and everything. And this year we are hiring 650 people, which might not seem like a large number, but changing the life of 650 people who don't have to be afraid to go on the street and be stopped by the police and then facing deportation is a lot. So we think that this is also how we can see how collaborating with different actors can basically improve the outcome and also scale the reach of the policies that we implement.
Any reflections from our audience? No? Yeah, please introduce yourself.
My name is Daniela Wansia. I'm representing the municipality of Bucharest, Romania. I want to answer at your question very short. What is a success? Success means an immigrant to become EU citizen. I think they want this. That's what we do and what you want. So
It's a very short answer. Thank you.
Anyone else? We understand it's the end of the day, but you can also stand up. Feel free to stretch, get your juices going before you ask a question or have a comment. No? No? I think Matilda, thank you. You have a comment or question online?
Yes, it is a question. The question is about how can young Europeans be more proactive in welcoming migrants, if you have any success stories about this, or if you'd like to share thoughts. So how can young Europeans be more proactive in welcoming migrants?
Maybe I can relate to this one. For example, in one of the regions in one of the cities next to where I live, Preda, we have like a program called Body to Body, and this is basically young people engaged with migrants. So it's a very good example of playing a role in like also being inclusive in the society. So this is a very simple example of having like a practical use case that you can rely on to stimulate other movements to do something.
Maybe Andrea, you have any thoughts?
Well,
Being an alder rep?
I can think of like the fact, for instance, in another project we're working on training and capacity buildings for young leaders, and we always include like very different approach, very different thematic, and we have like training for young leaderships in on migration topic, on well, the youth topic in general, on environment. So we also include that. So training for young leaders is one of the things that we do that can be considered part of the answer.
Anyone else have a youth perspective? Yeah, please.
Hello, I'm Joan from Catalonia, working with Marlene. Well, now I was thinking about our pilot project, which is like involving the youth in this integration process. I mean, I think that sometimes it's about training the leaders, give tools to people to lead, and then sometimes it's about letting people participate regardless of their skills. So, for example, we as an administration, we have the responsibility to put the path there, give tools to the youth, to let them participate. And this is what basically we were doing in our case with the pilot project, which was about mentoring. So we were trying to collaborate not only with the private sector, but also with the academia, but also with the universities. So in our case, we were having volunteers from one university. So we were training students, young students from different backgrounds, which is very important, I think. And I will always defend that it's very important to let people from different backgrounds participate in this process, because of course, we all know that, for example, social workers, they are more proactive in this kind of cases, no? Sure. But what about those who are learning a language? Like philologists, like philologists, for example, people that normally are not that attached to volunteering with migrants, whatever, or people who just want to be, an economist, So this is what we were wanting with this pilot project, like to test how to deal with that. And in our case, our very concrete case was like working with young migrant girls who recently arrived to Catalonia. So that's what I think is like just giving the path for them to develop and to put their skills there, not just giving them like strict rules, like do that, because, they are young and perhaps they know more what is more useful for some people,
And if I may also add to that, it's not about now speaking about a policy, but I think, and that doesn't apply just to young people, but to everyone, is like, what can I do to include people who arrive, people who have a different background from me? It's like, how do I react when I see like someone being discriminated, someone being harassed, let's say on a public transport? How do I react? Do I just look and this is not my problem and I just ignore it? Or do I call it out and make something different so that basically we create a safer place for everyone? I mean, I think it's like now we're speaking concretely about migration, but I think that's basically in every aspect of life. So also this has become maybe more mainstream to call out like situations where women are being harassed, but I think that can also be applied to very different people who might be in such a situation. How do I approach someone? Do I approach them like friendly, let's try to be open, meet new people or whatever, just welcoming them in the community, in the local, at the very local level? I mean, it's my neighbor. How do I like speak to my neighbor? How do I include them in the different activities? I mean, that's where really in this interaction where inclusion also happens. And of course, it's important. The labor market is important. The access to housing is very important. But at the end of the day, if someone has a job, someone has a house, someone can get education, but there's no interaction, we cannot speak about inclusion. So we also have to take that into account. And someone who is like maybe a young person who doesn't have an enterprise where he or she can hire someone, or they can also get involved in several manners, and maybe they don't have really the time to get involved in volunteering activities, but they also can make a change just by acting differently in their daily life. And I think that's something really important that we need to take into account, because politics is very important, of course, but we should never forget, and not just like in migration or in inclusion, but in every field of our daily lives, that how we act, it matters. And it matters, let's say, in the environment, it matters in inclusion, it matters in social equality. So the way in which we act is really important. And that's also how young people, but everybody can also have a very big impact in the inclusion of migrant people.
Yeah, well said. Thank you. Yeah, the gentleman in the back.
I was thinking one of the thing that Marlene said at the beginning, that let's promote policies with migrant populations. So regarding that question, is like let's meet the child population and ask them what they want to do with to promote the inclusion of a migrant population in Europe, and let's promote initiative pilots with migrants, ask them what they want to do and how they want to do it.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Matilda, any others online? Oh, pardon. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I would like to add a little perspective from the local government. I think it's really important that we focus on creating contact with opponents as well as refugees as well. For example, really practical example, we face the challenges that the far right and also social media rabbit holes create. For example, when we want to open a reception shelter for refugees in a rural area, then we faced a lot of anger and opponents, stress within the local community. And I think it's so important we as a local administration as well have a responsibility to make, to see that it is not xenophobia often, it is just that people are feeling left behind by national or local politics. They are often angry about other stuff. They don't really know migrants, or they are not afraid for migrants themselves. They are afraid of the government, or at least angry with us. That's most of the time when we set up a new reception center. and we go into depth in conversations with all the opponents and people that are angry about the opening of such a reception center, then we notice that those people are often angry about things that have nothing to do with migrants or inclusion. They are feeling left behind by governments, and they need people to listen at their needs. And I think we as a local government have a responsibility there to really be in contact with everyone and make sure that people get to know each other and be less afraid of each other and create those meeting places as well. For example, if you want to create a possibility where youth can be more active and participate. For example, when we open a reception center for refugees, we make sure that if we organize activities for the kids within the reception center, that there's also a possibility for all the kids in the surrounding neighborhood to join. So that it's not just a project just for the migrant kids, but for all the kids in the neighborhood. And then the neighborhood also sees that it creates possibilities for them, and that we listen to their challenges as well, because everybody faces challenges. That they could be angry or project on the local government. So I think it's really important that even though national government is too far away from everyone and I think it's really important to, as a local government, fulfill that role and have your eyes focused on everyone within the city or villages.
Anyone, maybe I'll for the panelists first. Would anybody like to respond? Yeah. Yeah, oftentimes indeed local government is the first interaction that people have, right? So they do expect quite a lot from local, yeah. No,
exactly, because this is a very good example of the win-win situation. It's not only a win-win situation, but it's also a way of introducing this kind of new people to the society by bringing them on board on a goal. Like you have, for example, an event for children from the shelter can get to know other children, so they can play with, they go to school with. It open a dialogue between the parents. So it's kind of removing the blockage between this kind of cultures, because obviously the problem, it's not individual problems. So it's not like a problem between two individuals. It's a problem mainly perceived between two cultures. Most of the time they say, yeah, it's a different culture, we cannot live with it, blah, blah, blah. But when they get to know it, it's a different thing. They experience it differently. Most of the time it's going to be positive rather than negative if there is a communication between. And this is the inclusion that we'd like to foster in these kind of communities. So I guess it's a very, very good example of why indeed local government should play a more critical and interactive, proactive role facilitating these kind of initiatives.
Thank you. Yeah, do you would like to respond? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to respond because I think that there's a number of things here, and it's really very important that we are, I believe we're absolutely clear with how we frame these issues. There is one that it is true that how society has been built today, and if we can focus on Europe, for example, we have this increase in gap between the privileged and the less privileged, and it really doesn't matter whether you're racialized, whether you're a woman, whether you're a person who belongs to the LGBTI community. There is an increase in gap. There is an increase in gap as well in wealth. There is an increasing gap in, not an increasing gap, but the failure of democratic institutions and of good governance. There is an issue with the model of the current model that we have, and people are rightfully should be annoyed about this, rightfully should want to demand more from their governments. This is something separate. And of course, yes, they might be interrelated, but to say that the reaction towards vulnerable groups is not xenophobia or racism, I think that's absolutely wrong. think that, for example, currently in Cyprus, we have migrants, racialized migrants, and even tourists who are not migrants, people who were visiting, who were attacked because of how they look, because they look different. And we cannot say, no, this has nothing to do with xenophobia, or this has nothing to do with racism. I don't think that manifestations of intolerance happens when people are happy. Manifestations of intolerance happens when people are dissatisfied with the systems in society. And yes, people can be dissatisfied with the systems in society. It is no excuse to be racist. It's no excuse to be xenophobic. I think that while it's important that we should hold our administrations, our municipalities, our regional governments, and the politicians who have created, who have used this rhetoric to create the kind of conditions that we have today, why it is important to hold them accountable. It's also important to also highlight very and really push back that this is xenophobia, this is racism, this is intolerance being manifested in different ways. And both of these can be true. We can hold our administrations and our governments accountable while also recognizing that we are having a rise in hate crime, a rise in hate speech, a rise in xenophobia, a rise in racism, a rise in so many different intolerances. And those who are having to bear the consequences of all these intolerances are migrants, racialized communities, people who belong to the LGBTI community, women and children. And all of this can be true at the same time. It's not the government is responsible, so all of these other intolerances do not exist. They do exist. And I think it's really important that we push back on such a narrative, because these are some of the reasons that are used to justify why there are attacks on people, and people who have nothing to do with the current situations that we are in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, which is one of the reasons why it is so important for us to take an intersectional approach in our work, so we understand these intersecting discriminations that many people are facing. Indeed, thank you for that. It's hard to transition to something positive after recognizing so many major barriers and challenges that our societies are facing, and that many people bear the brunt of. Nevertheless, I would like to transition to a positive note and ask each of you what gives you hope. What are you looking forward to in your respective positions or your projects? What gets you excited when you think about the next steps? Maybe Ida, if you could start off first.
So I have myself as a perfect example of success. So I wish that there are so many AIDA. So I came as a refugee and I become the legal representative. I become the legal guardian. I become someone who also changed the laws. So I wish that there are a million of AIDAs.
Truly inspiring. I think what gives me hope that there is a lot of engagement within this community, and especially among the migrant-led organizations, where examples like you are more known and the challenge is more known, the path is known, the kind of tools you use to overcome these challenges, and the kind of coalitions that you can build with the local stakeholders, with the local administrations, or even national administrations. Sometimes you can't, but sometimes you can. And they become more known, and we can even maybe one day systematize them even more and provide better roadmaps for future leaders and in this area. But I would like to say that it is there are always two sides of a coin. You know, there's going to be cities of refuge. There's going to be very exclusive and xenophobic cities at the same time, where far-right parties will do better. But what I think what gives me hope are two things. One, a lot of times what I see, especially in the Belgian case, is some of that far-right rhetoric is not does not reflect on policy always. Some of it is just simply rhetoric to win more votes. And in reality, those municipalities, especially in Belgium, even when the far right is doing well, are not the worst in terms of migrant integration policies. I mean, there are some that are pretty good, actually. So some of this is like lip service, I want to say. This is also the case with the returns. You know, some policymakers always talk about returns of irregular migrants, etc. But when we look at the actual numbers, it's not there. So a lot of times I agree that it is a very dangerous path that these policymakers are at, but I'm just saying that it is not always reflected on the policies that they are implemented. Once they are in power, that's enough for them. That is not to say that we should not combat this, but it is just to say that it's not that hopeless. To see them should not take away our hope. And I see more and more coalitions to be built, and our efforts to systematize the knowledge and make information more accessible. And I think these kind of projects funded by international institutions, the European Union, are a very important step towards that direction. So that gives me hope. Thanks.
I think that it's actually not that bad, that like everything that Emmanuel just said is not that bad, and let me explain that, because like the action itself, of course, is really bad, and the increase of like hate speech and actions is bad, but it gives me at the same time, it gives me hope, because we are speaking about this, and that's like the first step. This acknowledgement is the first step so that we can change it. Because let's say 10 years ago, there was also hate crime, there was also hate speech, but it was kind of normal. So we didn't speak about racism, and racism was there. And now it's kind of starting, and it's the very beginning, but it's starting to be a bit more mainstream in the policy agenda. And that's, for me, that gives me hope, because that's the way that we can start changing it and making people more aware about this. So even though it's very bad, of course, that this is happening, I think it's also very positive that we are actually acknowledging that this is happening, so that we can then put into place the different measures and policies that are needed to overcome this situation and at the end create a very cohesive society where this is no longer acceptable at any level. And yeah, basically.
Yeah, but basically what gives me hope is seeing all you guys here. I mean, if I look at it, so many organizations, so many people are working in making this happening on different levels, which is, in my opinion, satisfying in a way and assuring in a way that it will be better in the future. I'm also working with the group of Iris and Flo and Sandra together on our local entities is also giving me hope, together with the other members of the group, that it will be, of course, better in the future. If I look at it, where we start and where we are now, it's definitely better. So yeah, this is it for me, I guess.
Well, I guess for me, it's quite similar to what it has already been said. Sorry. It's in fact, like, for instance, working for the civil society organization at the European level, I always find out about new best practices, or like small societies really working towards like migrant inclusion, even though maybe at the national level, the far right is much louder and is screaming whatever they have to scream. You're finding like these very small societies, small organization working at the local level, really trying to change things. And this definitely gives hopes.
Great, thank you. Maybe we could pivot to our graphic harvester, Leticia, to share what reflection she has for us for a few minutes before we do the wrap up of our two sessions from today. Oh, yeah. Maybe do you have a comment while we're waiting for Leticia? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please. Yeah. Here.
I would like to respond a little bit, just one small comment, because I think it's really important that I didn't meant to say that there is no xenophobia, or I think it's really important that the local government has a responsibility in setting the framework of what is accepted, what not, but also that the local government is really responsible for making sure that that the chances or the actions are taken to make sure that people meet, anger is taken aback, and that we, as a local government, I think, have a lot of responsibility in that one.
Yes. So there was a lot that has been told, but I will focus on how you will define success, because it's how you look to the future that it will happen. So what is success? For many of you, it was participation to society activities, inclusion in policy, and commitment of policymakers. Also sustainability by institutionalizing policies or actions. And then we discussed also the fact that it's important to react when you see discriminations, or learning citizens how to react, because reactions matter. And yeah, a lot of you are hopeful for the future, but I was still writing your comments, so I will do it now. Thank you.
Does anybody have any thoughts or comments about what Leticia came up with? Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for your effort. We appreciate it. Yeah. Well, then if I could just share a few key takeaways from the previous panel on transnational knowledge and experience sharing for more inclusive and cohesive European societies. And then from this past one, local and regional multi-stakeholder approaches for more effective inclusion processes in Europe. So I have 10, and feel free to comment if you feel if I've missed something or misinterpreted what our speakers shared with us today. So the first would be that transnational knowledge sharing helps shape policy and deepen understanding among stakeholders. There may be a need to broaden the stakeholders that we engage with, maybe reaching out more to academia, maybe to the private sector, maybe to those who are the unusual suspects, which could include representatives of our communities who may not necessarily subscribe to our values or principles. That local and regional multi-stakeholder approaches tend to develop more effective inclusion processes in Europe. We could hear that from some of what Başak has said, and there are many other academics, including some of my colleagues at VUB, who are working on research projects that also demonstrate that message. The capacity building of stakeholders to deliver better services and support tends to result in more effective inclusion of migrants. We also heard about the importance of peer-to-peer learning and the development of networks, especially particularly the network that was created under this project, where it's not just any project, right, or any network rather, but a network which is built on trust, where members of that network really come together, come with an open mind to learn and to understand that they also have something to contribute to the learning process. That the care given to the creation of multi-stakeholder processes can assist in building more resilient communities to shocks, whether they be economic, whether they be health crisis, or even a political shock with a change with an election, because of an election. Here also kind of transitioning, it was an important message to remember that language and discourse matter, right? That language has the power to exclude, to be exclusionary, recognize that indeed the discourse on what we mean what it sounds like, how it's perceived. Even the terms integration can be very problematic and fail to accurately reflect migrant perspectives. So maybe considering a more participatory oriented discourse and language, right, where there's a sense of belonging. Adopting an intersectional approach. We didn't highlight that necessarily, but with regards to gender sensitivity, we haven't mentioned that. Taking a broad understanding of gender and integrating a gender sensitive approach in our actions can be critical to understanding the barriers that hinder the prospects for all people to contribute meaningfully to society and to exercise their agency fully. So there's an assumption that so long as somebody can acquire employment, that they will automatically experience greater economic security, but we know through research that that's not the case. And if you have a gender-sensitive approach to understanding even just the topic of employment, you would understand that there are many other barriers that may restrict an individual from experiencing economic security, even if they have access to employment. And if you bear with me, just 3 more points. Indeed, sorry to kind of put a damper on things, but it is important to remember that not everyone in our society subscribe to the democratic principles that we have highlighted throughout the day. So it is, important to remember that each of us has a responsibility to see where we can engage as positive representatives of our communities, try to spread the word, the positive findings through this project and through other like-minded projects to friends, to colleagues, to neighbors, and where there is an opportunity to interact with someone who may not subscribe to those the findings of these like-minded projects or of this project, to do your utmost to do so, even if it's uncomfortable. I'm coming from Texas. I was the one person who said Texas, where certain racist tendencies have actually been normalized, or even talking about them actually hasn't done our society anything good. It's actually normalized them, if anything. So it actually hasn't necessarily encouraged all of the members of our community or the society, at least that I'm coming from, to actually try to create a more inclusive or welcoming society. If anything, it's sort of entrenched those sort of racist and xenophobic values. And yeah, I would just like to congratulate everyone who's been a part of the project. I think it's a very inspiring set of projects, and of course, there's always stories behind those projects, which is why I asked each of you all to share a little bit about why you have become involved or engaged in what you're doing, because I think those stories are very important to amplify, and they personalize the topic of migration, which is very important to remember that behind numbers, those of us who are in academia, and behind research, there's always stories, and those stories need to be told and to be amplified. So thank you for joining us for the panels, and I would like to just kindly ask you to stay in the room or have a very, very short restroom break at 6 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. Please thank our panelists.
Welcome back. Now it's not good afternoon anymore, it's good evening already. And we have I think the last hour for this high-level discussion on inclusion related to this fantastic event that we are having for the closure of the Includ EU project. And well, my name is Christian Spar. I'm the Secretary General of the AER, and it is my big pleasure to be here with this community. today because working on inclusion is a long success story in our organization. It has started many years ago when we, amongst others, worked with the Council of Europe, who had worked on intercultural cities. We developed the Intercultural Regions Network, and based on these experiences, we developed European projects, and one of them is Includ EU. That is basically a key project in this regard. Now we are also having another project. It is called EU Belong. That's very successful as well. And the range of topics that has been discussed here in Includ EU is quite impressive when we think about topics including psychosocial mentoring or innovative social housing or inclusive health services, digital skills, and also early stage integration, just to name a few of them. And we are not only discussing topics, but I think we have created a really dedicated community of professionals. And I think we can rightly be proud of this. And one of the important partners in this field is the IOM. We are hosting this conference together. I will first introduce the speakers, and then we will also hear from the different perspectives, because I think we have a great panel here this evening with very different backgrounds that will help us to shed light on successful practices of inclusion. We have Laurence Hart, who is the director of the IOM Coordination Office for the Mediterranean in Rome. Thank you for being with us. You have worked with the IOM since many years in different locations in Europe and outside of Europe, basically across the world. And you had also functions with the OSCE in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Albania. You've been working with other UN branches, and so you're basically our global expert in this panel. Then we have with us Nina Björby, who is the AER's Vice President for Democracy, Governance and Values, a social democratic politician in her region. And your career, Nina, has been focused around culture and democracy quite a lot, and you have been working to ensure that culture has the resources to grow, and culture and inclusion are quite closely linked. This is why I think you will also bring some new perspective and also good examples, because we are always looking for concrete experiences at the regional level. We will have one online speaker with us. Antje Grother is the president of the Bremen Parliament. Bremen, German state, and she has been a rapporteur of the Committee of the Regions on several related key files: the new pact on migration and asylum, the action plan on integration and inclusion, and two other key files of the European Committee of the Regions. We have also with us Simone Mangani, a Councillor for Heritage and Cultural Policies in the municipality of Prato in Tuscany, and representing here an organization, ANCI, for local authorities in Tuscany. And you will say a bit more about your organization. And migration policies, yes. Very good. So you're in charge of migration and other fields of cooperation in your organization. Very good. We will have several local and regional examples. And next to me sitting the translator for Mr. Mangani, who will translate his words from Italian. Very good. So we can start, and so we will start with our partner IOM, with Laurence Hart. And I'm, of course, interested in, you're basically building a bridge between the international and European discussions and what is being done on the ground in regions and cities, and also with partners like us sitting here. Maybe you can say a few words about the role of your organization, like what is your key activity in terms of migrants inclusion, but also where you see the benefits in working with organizations like the AER and the local and regional authorities that are involved here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. I think just want to say that it was a really refreshing and exciting conversation. And I'm a little bit more than decoration here because the real experts are actually sitting here next to me. I felt that the contribution, first of all, let me say that local authorities, municipalities bring about a wealth of expertise and knowledge. Why is that? Because they're the first responders. They have to face the challenges, they have to provide adequate responses that satisfy citizens and obviously the migrants. And what was also interesting to see was obviously the double emphasis, obviously on the challenges, because migration brings challenges and the need to cater for vulnerable migrants or refugees that arrive that require assistance. But the interesting part that I found also was the emphasis on the potential that migration can bring to the development of the territories where they reside. IOM, as you mentioned, is an international organization, so we work globally, but we are very much a proximity organization. We work very closely with the constituencies at local level, because this feeds the global response. One element that IOM brings is the fact of being a convener of various realities, various contexts, to propose not a one-size-fits-all solution, because it doesn't exist, there's no magic recipe, but at least to propose some templates that could be inspirational to provide those responses which are relevant to the territory where migrants will actually go. And this convener role means finding new ideas, innovation, how, for example, you tap into the diaspora communities, which we found, for example, in the recent past quite useful, because making a two-way street process integration is fundamental. It's fundamental because it's not something that comes top down, but it comes, the success hinges on the actual involvement of the migrant themselves. Ownership is key to the success. Many of you have mentioned this with different words this morning, and this afternoon, and I found this particularly important. So our role is one of bringing the new ideas, new approaches, like, for example, cultural mediation, which we found that is also a very impactful tool. They bring fresh ideas. Cultural mediators are people who are nationals of the country where they reside, or they're not yet nationals, but they bring the enthusiasm to bring about change. And the other important role that I find, to answer your question, is that the role of municipalities is key to shaping a balanced narrative on migration. We all know that migration is a toxic and divisive topic in international politics, being in Europe, but everywhere, not just in Europe. We've seen that election campaigns are often driven by different positions on migration. Now, what you bring as representatives of local authorities is exactly bringing the possibilities, showcasing how migration can actually be beneficial to society, how that can actually be contributing to society. And I think that is one of the major issues that IOM is pretty proud of, being part of this collective community of practitioners and understanding and listening to the concerns, but also trying to identify together solutions which are short-term, obviously, because you need to cater for immediate needs, but also longer-term solutions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think this set the scene very well. And thank you also for mentioning that local and regional authorities are not just implementing policies, they are shaping policies and they are shaping best practices, and they need to be involved as much as the newcomers, the migrants, need to be involved themselves. And now we have online with us Antje Grother, the president of the Parliament of Bremen in Germany. Do you hear us?
Yes, hi, good to be there. I can hear you, of course.
Hello, thank you and herzlich willkommen. Thank you for participating online in our discussion. We are here in Brussels, gathered, I think, 100 professionals and politicians in the field of inclusion and migration. That is the topic today. We're concluding our project, EU-funded project called Include EU. And we are honored that you will participate to this debate. And I have already introduced the speakers to the audience. Of course, you may say a few words also yourself about why this topic matters so much to you. And I would like to invite you, as you have been a rapporteur for the Committee of the Region, so you're very much involved in the European discussions about migration and integration, and what, in your opinion, is a key element of effective integration, or as we like to say, inclusion policies, and how we can develop, from your point of view, good practices at the regional and local levels.
Okay, so thank you so much for having me. I would have liked to be there in person, but unfortunately my parliament is in session, so I have to be here. And this is since COVID, the best way to join discussions. So thank you very much. And I'm very, very delighted to join the conference. Thankful to the organizers for the invitation and for providing the European Committee of the Regions with the opportunity to share our insights, which are not only mine, but of course, because they are a decision made by the Committee of the Regions, our experience in this debate. As the rapporteur, as you already mentioned, as well, I'm the rapporteur on the new pact of migration and asylum, as well as on the action plan on integration and inclusion. And I would like to share with you our insights and policy with regard to the role of cities and regions in the field of migrant integration and inclusion. Cohesive communities are built on the values of tolerance, respect, and solidarity. Inclusion is about diversity and creating an environment in which no one is left behind. That is why the integration of refugees and migrants is essential in creating societal cohesion and also building more resilient local and regional communities. Both of these objectives have been at the heart of the COR political priorities 2020 to 2025. With a view to supporting the integration of migrants and refugees and ensuring a regular and open dialogue between EU cities and regions, the Committee of the Regions has established the Network of Cities and Regions for Integration of Migrants in 2019. The COR Integration Network serves as a platform for sharing best practices and promoting the exchange of transnational knowledge on the integration of migrants and refugees. It also encourages more effective cooperation between small municipalities, mid-sized cities and regions, and empowers local and regional authorities to actively participate and contribute to policy building at the European level. As a result, the COR has managed to significantly scale up the scope of outreach and capacity building events, which brings together local and regional authorities, as well as practitioners and experts in the field, and promotes the importance of building cohesive and inclusive societies from the bottom up. In order to gain further support and expand the activities of this network, we have closely worked together with various key stakeholders in the field of migrant integration, among them the Assembly of European Regions, and also concluded a partnership of integration with the European Commission in 2021. Integrations happens at the local level. Our members, city mayors, councillors, and regional governors are the ones who are welcoming newcomers and providing them with essential services such as housing, healthcare, education, social service, and access to the labor market to ensure their effective integration at the regional and local level. As the number of refugees in Europe has more than doubled in the last year, and the migrant populations continue to grow across Europe, the role of local and regional authorities in the integration of migrants is of particular relevance in the upcoming times. Despite progress in the integration of migrants on several fronts, particularly the labor market and educational outcomes, migrants continue to have worse economic and social as well as living conditions. Being at the front line and dealing with integration challenges, local and regional authorities are also the ones who introduce and put innovative inclusion practices and policies in place that are beneficial to newcomers and local communities and greatly contribute to the successful implementation of national and European inclusion policies. Local and regional administrations not only play a key role in building inclusive and welcoming communities, but also set a benchmark for us that integration policies actions must go beyond targeted approaches and consider broader objectives. Thanks to them, refugees and migrants have become an integral part of many local communities by contributing socially, culturally, and economically, of course. To ensure the successful inclusion of migrants in European cities and regions, it is very important to continue to foster transnational collaboration focused on designing and putting in practice more effective integration and inclusion policies in Europe. So far for now, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but there has been applause in the room, no, we are very grateful that you could outline the priorities also on behalf of the Committee of the Regions, which is in many policy fields a key partner for the Assembly of European Regions. We have a shared history of our organizations, and we have several mechanisms of consultation and co-development of positions. So this is very helpful to understand also the role of the Committee of the Regions amongst our audience. And if you allow me, I would like to just quickly ask you a short follow-up question. I mean, you're following the legislative work, and do you see 2 or 3 points where you would say these are trends and issues of upcoming policy and legislative work that needs a particular attention from local and regional authorities? What are you see as a priority topics in what is next?
Thank you so much for the question. I would highlight and welcome the recently achieved progress and political agreement reached by the member states at the Home Affairs Council on 2 key pillars of the new Pact on Migration and Asylum, the Asylum and Migration Management Regulation and the Asylum Procedures Regulation. We look forward to further negotiations between the European Parliament and the Council Presidency aimed at finalizing the reform of the EU migration and asylum systems, but not at the cost of lowering our standards when it comes to providing protection to refugees on the spirit of solidarity. On this note, let me welcome the recommendations of the International Organization for Migration to the Spanish presidency, urging it to advance its work on the new pact and reiterating its call for a comprehensive European response and EU-wide solidarity and responsibility sharing. The primary objective of our opinion on the new pact has been for the regional and local input to be taken into consideration in the reform of EU's migration and integration policy. As the socio-economic impact of migration and everyday questions of reception and integration of migrants have been strongly felt at local and regional level, we called for more solidarity, meaningful burden sharing, relieving pressure on frontline regions, and respecting human rights. These are, from my opinion, the key elements to ensure the necessary support for regions and cities receiving migrants and refugees, and collective responsibility that respects fundamental human rights, including the right to protection for refugees. It is important to note that several of the COR recommendations were taken up by EP reports and ought to be reflected in the final EU legislation. That confirms once again, from my point of view, the instrumental role of local and regional authorities in building cohesive and resilient communities, a key component of which is the successful integration of migrants and refugees.
Thanks a lot. Many of the 140 members of the AER are also active in the Committee of the Regions, and I think this is the best example that local and regional authorities, on the one hand, they are part of shaping policies, of discussing policies at the European level, and they are, of course, also in charge of the implementation of the tasks that we are talking about. And now I think it's a good opportunity to hear about the local and regional perspective and to hear concrete examples. And I would like to start this aspect with Simone Mangani as a local actor in this field. Why did you decide to participate in the Includ EU project, and how is it concretely benefiting the work that you are doing on the ground?
First of all, I want to thank you for today. It is really, really important for us to be here. We must be aware that we are a sort of avant-garde, because the first time I heard the word fear since this morning at 9:30 was in the speech of the President of the Parliament. So we are not what is happening outside the window, I'm sorry. And the second reason why I have to thank you is that for us, we politicians, sorry for this, it should be mandatory to take part to projects like this, because accountability and knowledge together can do better results. And technicians and politicians are not separated, should not be separated. In my experience, most of the times politicians think that technicians should obey. And maybe technicians think that politicians are not so clever. And this is true, absolutely true, most of the times. While we are simply making a little part of Europe, while at the same time, the member states are trying not to go in the same direction. So I want to really thank you, and sorry for this first 90 seconds. The reason why the Association of Municipality Tuscany, which means more than 300 municipalities in the Tuscany region in Italy, decided to take part to Includ EU, it is very simple. It was an extraordinary chance to map, to co-design, and to think something completely or almost completely new for Tuscany concerning housing. And the other reason why it was that it is mandatory for us as well to take part in a project like this. We have no choice in case like this. We have to take part in a project like this because it is the only way in which we can improve our knowledge, our collaboration, and make a little step while maybe someone else is making a step behind. Concerning the association, since most of the 300 municipalities are little municipalities, ANCI, it is really useful to make some cohesion between the municipality and make the municipality work together with Tuscan region and give support to the municipality for projects, but also for policies. And also it is important, Tuscany, the Association of Municipality as a political actor, since it is something very close to people, and it is something very close to little municipality in particular. And most of the municipalities think that the higher level of government are, many cases, far. So in Italy, the Association of Municipalities, it is something very, very useful and something we cannot think to do without. Just to let you understand, I'm the councillor of a town of Midtown in Italy, but not so mid in Europe, 200,000 people, which is Prato, 200,000 people. The 24% is third country. And among the 23%, 1 or 2 come from Popular Republic of China. And we have 5,000 companies, little and medium companies, owned by Chinese people. And in our schools, the percentage of people, young people from third country grew up to 28, 29%. So that means then we have to do also with segregation, because in some school we have 8%, in other school we have 54%. So these are all the reasons why it is for us a pleasure, but it's also something we have to do to be here, because it is way in which we can give reason to the words concerning the multi-level stakeholder, the cooperation, the formal agreement. There's no other way but Europe, and borders are something we can kind of say we can make politics on it, but it is not so useful to make policies.
Thank you so much. I think you're the best ambassador of Includ EU, because you said you're saying you had no choice then, other than joining our project. That I like that, well, I mean, also for these examples, and later we will hear a bit more from you about what concretely at the local level needs to be changed in order to be successful. And I mean, we've been also hearing from President Grother that basically the different levels need to work together, that local and regional authorities cannot find solutions without the support of national authorities and of the EU. Nina, I mean, you've been working with the AER since a very long time already, and you see the value of these cooperations, of these projects. What is for you as a politician particularly important in this work that we are doing here together? And maybe you can add an aspect also from your regional background from Sweden.
Well, if I start with the last question, well, I come from a country that has been known for its welfare system, for its solidarity, for its open borders, especially to refugees. And since last elections a year ago, I can't see my country the same way. We have closed the borders. The polarization is growing, and we are putting people against people. And I don't know how it can work in a country as Sweden. So that makes me a little bit, or really afraid. If it can happen in Sweden, what can happen in Europe? So starting with this big, I'm so happy to see all of you here. I should have been here much earlier, but due to a late plane, I missed my connecting plane, so I just arrived. But as I understand, it has been fantastic. So I think that it's, on one hand, it's the project itself and the outcomes from the projects, the facts and so on. But in the long terms, it's crucial that we meet online or in real life or whatever, and talk to each other, get to know each other, and continue doing the world a little bit better each time. So, well, what I want to say that with those kind of projects where we really meet and talk in subjects, but then wider on, it's how we can build a strong Europe or a strong world, I would say, because it's crucial as a yeah, I don't know if I answered your question. Yeah, and then you have to have platforms. So like the AER and other platforms that can gather us people working in AER is the regions, but others for the municipalities and so on, because otherwise we are in our little bubble up north in Sweden. And I think that everybody thinks like I do, and there will be no developments. So instead of doing what Sweden is doing now, using the polarization, you should do exactly the contrary. So the diversity will lead to development. That's, yeah.
Thanks so much, Nina. And of course, we will include the audience in this debate. Maybe one very quick round of questions to all the speakers before we open up the Q&A session or the discussion with the audience. We are speaking here about not only integration, we are speaking about inclusion, and we are speaking about improving social cohesion. This is what is at the heart also of the Includ EU project. So maybe just 1 minute from everyone here at the podium. What are the policy changes that we need to do at the local and regional level to improve inclusion and social cohesion? Maybe just 1 or 2 examples, maybe 1 example per speaker. And I think this will give us a more concrete and a broader picture in the same time about concrete steps that can be done. And I would like to start this with Antje Grother.
Yes, thank you so much. If you want to talk about inclusion and integration of migrants, from my point of view, it is very important to talk to the migrant communities you already have. Like we have in Bremen, we have an organized community of people who have who were from abroad, like 30, 40 years ago, and they are really engaged in the topic of integrating people, finding possibilities, and sometimes even some sort of translating cultural differences into one of the other communities. So that's, for us, is very important to always, every time we try to find measures and to work with that, to always ask the people who know, I would say, from a personal standpoint, who know better what is necessary, what will be accepted in the community, whether they support the ideas we have or not. So this is a very important point for me. And to talk about the executive aspect of this is that we always have to make sure that every measure we take fits into the other measures we take. We do not do like school education and do not think about housing, or do not talk about healthcare and do not talk about living conditions. So this has all is an integrated step, and we all try to focus on what is needed for the society which already lives here, as well as the people who are coming to us and want to live with us. So that, from my point, is very important, that you do not sit like at a table and discuss matters about other people, but involve those other people in the discussion.
Thank you very much. Talking to migrant communities and their organizations and interconnected policymaking. Simone Mangani, 1 example about what is important in your opinion.
Today we spoke a lot about participation, since we have no representation in most of the cases. So I think we have to do our best to create participation inside the local and regional authorities. That means put participation within the way in which the local and regional authorities take decision. And the other thing is to have places, public places where participation can grow together. Of course, I'm not talking about participation of someone, talking about participation of everyone. Of course, migrants first, since they have no representation, even if In most of the cases, they have taxation.
Thank you very much. Nina.
Well, as I'm in the culture domain in my everyday politics, I don't only think, I know that culture and the expressions of culture can be such a useful tool for inclusion. When you dance, when you play music, you don't have to know the language because it's a language for all over the world. But also storytelling, everybody carries a story. And we have so many good examples, not only in Sweden, but in all over Europe, where we used culture for this. And it's also quite cheap if you compare to other domains. And also that I usually say that a fisherman's, a woman's, and a politician's best friend is patience, because there are no quick fix. This takes time, a lot of time, and you have to understand that. And the second, I think, is it's crucial that we work together from the different domains, as I understand that you have been doing here, with the business life, with the society and politicians, with the academy, with the NGOs, and with the citizens. What we usually call this the pentahelix. And I think that policy making can be one thing, but then you have to be it's very important what kind of process. And as you said, that everybody is an expert, everybody has his or her own power in this process, then we can make changes, and then we have to do it together, everybody.
Thank you, Nina. Now, already a lot of concrete approaches have been mentioned, but I believe there is another point that can come from the IOM.
Well, I think this afternoon, one of the speakers mentioned the importance of looking at indicators for successful integration. I think to counter those hate and fear that often mushroom in communities, it's important to give facts and important to give numbers. How many of you know how much in your territory migrants are contributing to the national economy, for example, to the GDP? I suspect very little of you, but you know, I didn't know myself. We conduct often studies to ascertain this. And let me just bring you an example. A region like Lombardy, in where Milan is in Italy, migrants contribute to 11 or 12% of the GDP of that region. And that's a considerable number. I think we need to bring those evidence-based in order to also inform people who perceive migration as a threat or a migration as something that is actually stealing or impoverishing in some way the community. So that's one element, how we actually manage to look into each and every community region. What is that contribution? What is that contribution bringing about? Another example which comes to mind is, and probably looking at culture. I think a lot of the there's one firm, the Parmigiano Reggiano. It's famous. You put it on pasta and it's very good. Now, do you know that Parmesan has improved the quality of the cheese by having Indian cheesemakers, increasing number of 45,000 cheesemakers in the consortium of the Parmesan. Now, that is a win-win situation. I mean, a typical Italian local product has benefited and has improved thanks to the contribution of migrants. I think we have to look at these stories, which are often not told. Look in the kitchens of the restaurants or the pizzeria where you go. Probably you think that you're eating something cooked by a French, an Italian, I won't say German chef, I'm sorry, but I'm joking. There's a very good German chef in Rome, by the way. But the question here is to really look at that the majority of these people that are working behind the scenes are actually migrants. and they're providing and catering for excellent quality. So we have to chase those stories and really make them, showcase them in order to entice people to overcome their fears.
Thank you very much. We can exchange the restaurant recommendations afterwards. And but this is the moment now, of course, to open up the discussion to everybody here in the room. And so feel free to come in to either make a short comment or to ask a question to one of the panelists. We have eminent experts, politicians here who can take your questions in the next 15 minutes. I know it's late in the day and you might be shy. No, here is the first question. So please introduce yourself.
Okay, can you?
And you have the floor.
Well, I'm Fatima. I am a member of the Racial Justice Task Force for the Federation of Young European Greens. Yeah, and I've been listening the whole day. But I wanted to react to a comment of Laurent. No, sorry, I forgot. Lawrence, sorry.
Lawrence Hart.
Sorry. Yeah, just a recent, just a last remark about the benefits of migration. Yeah, the people who contribute to the Parmigiano Reggiano are Indians, and the people who are working now in pizzerias are also migrants, and that's all good. However, I was thinking that it would be also good to have migrants or Italians with a migrant background to be more in the decision-making rooms in Italy, which I know for sure that's not what happens. I mean, that's another side of the migration, and it's good to reflect on that and see, migration brings a lot of positive aspects to the economy, but migrants are not just a tool for the economy, are people with stories, with ambitions. And oftentimes in a country such as Italy, where I come from, a lot of people with, who speak the language, who speak the local dialects, who have 3,000 degrees, they can't very much integrated, and doing the best they can, very motivated also. But then when they are trying to help other migrant communities or contribute to these issues that touch them very closely, they are not offered the opportunity to do so. And that's the other thing that I haven't, or maybe we have heard about. We also, we heard about talking to the migrant communities of the societies we're trying to help. But I think a better statement, in my opinion, would be to have those people at the table where decisions are being made about them, not only talk to them and use them as mobile think tanks, but have them in the room where decisions are made. And again, Italy is a great example, because when you go into those rooms, they're not there. And so, and not only create have them having a seat at the table, but also I think a table that is also made for them, and that's the inclusion part. So the diversity part is have a number of them at the table, but also having a table that is also made for them, where their contributions are welcome. Because a lot of the times where minoritized communities try to give their input, a lot of the times what happens is they're not listened to, and that happens a lot of the times, even here in Brussels at the institutions. I mean, 97 or more or less of the people who work at the institutions, at the parliament or the staff, is not minoritized, so it doesn't really reflect the people the society tries it serves. So it's a little bit disheartening sometimes to see that, you know, diversity and inclusion is being said over and over and over again, but yet when it comes to it, not a lot is being done. Yeah, I think I've diverged from.
Thank you for this perspective. I think that's very important and an opportunity to contribute in debates, but also in decision making. Would you like to react quickly on this? And then I was also thinking about giving this question to Antje Grother. Maybe in Bremen there is a mechanism for including migrants in decision making.
Thank you. Now, my point on numbers was not to diminish the human aspect, on the contrary, but you need also to have weapons and arguments with those people who are skeptical to have that entry point to say that migrants are actually part of building the wealth of the society. Migration in Italy is a relatively recent phenomenon compared to France, Germany, and others, where the migrants have had probably the time of us and struggle going through difficult processes in order to be more entrepreneurial. But having said that, I mean, the entrepreneurship of migration is pretty in Italy is developing quite fast, and I think Prato can testify on that. You know how the communities there are actually very much entrepreneurial. One last point that I wanted to make is yes, I absolutely agree. It shouldn't be a top-down approach, but it should be an inclusive approach. Let me just mention an example. In the aftermath of the aggression of Russia to Ukraine, IOM has immediately mobilized the Ukrainian diaspora to sit at intergovernmental tables to decide what were the needs for the community. So it wasn't a decision that the government took of what was necessary for them in terms of access to work, access to school, and the basic services for people fleeing their countries. But actually, they have brought to the fore and to the table their own needs, and that was actually helped the response in a more systematic and effective manner. And I fully agree with you that that should be the norm and not the exception.
Thank you for this example. And then I go back to Antje Grother, because you mentioned that you have a sort of structured dialogue with migrant communities and their organizations. Does that mean that they are effectively participating in decision making?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's the Bremen Council on Integration, which is built up by migrant communities, like from different parts of all over the world. Every time there is an organization building up between a few people, they can join those council, and they really function as an advisory mechanism to executive and to the parliament and so on. But you can also see in Bremen societies that we have a really strong migrant community even in the parliament. For example, if I talk about my faction, the Social Democrats in the Bremen parliament, we have like 40% of our 27 members, which is as I just counted, 11 members have a migratory background. People from Congo, people from Turkish origin, people from Arabic origin, people from like Eastern Europe origin. So that makes a strong impact on how we discuss as a party, as a parliamentary group, about topics like integration and inclusion, because those people who work within my faction, of course, have now German citizenship. Otherwise, they couldn't be members of parliament. But still, they bring their experiences to the table, and they change our discussion in the parliament, in my parliamentary group as well. And they also work like as role models for their own groups. you see, because our younger generation, they still have difficulties to be fully included and integrated in our labor market and so on, but they can see that it works, that you can have people advocating for them, that you can have people working in parliament, that you can have people discuss how politics should go, how policies should be developed in order to integrate the whole community, and not only like German-born Germans, but also all the other ones who have been coming to Germany since World War II. You know, so that is has a really strong impact on how we work together, and I think you can also see it in the whole parliament. My faction is the one with the most migrants, to say so, but you can see it in every other party in the parliament, that they have people engaged in politics who were not like I don't know how to put that, but traditional Germans, but people who have a migratory background, and that makes things way easier if they want to address several problems for migrant groups. So that, from my point of view, as I already mentioned, is very important to have people at the table, to have discussions with people at the same height, and not just a top-down or so discussion.
Thank you very much. I think that helps quite a lot to answer the point that has been raised. Now, I think if the appetite for the dinner reception is still manageable, we can take one or two more comments or questions. I think you were first, and then you.
Thank you. I have a question, or I can say I'm missing something. For my understanding of a successful strategy, is the policy who is setting the strategy and deciding about the measure. At the bottom are the migrants in this point who are telling or we are discussing about their needs. But I think that we are in lack of the middle sections, which are the experts in some fields. For example, let me be very clear. If the government is deciding about the policy, how to educate immigrants, and the immigrants have a need, but there is a lack of andragogues, pedagogues who would tell which is the best way how to succeed or how to reach that political goal. So I would like if you can comment on that and think about how we can involve more experts so that we can reach the goals. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a perfect question for Simone, because you've been elaborating on whether politicians or experts are smarter.
But just a few words. According to me, I agree, but I disagree at the same time. According to me, we are suffering a lack of expert cultural mediators. That's the first lack. And we suffer, we local authorities, because we have to look for every year we have to change them, and it is maybe the first need we have to get in touch with a number of error as less as possible. But that's the first lack, the lack of expert cultural mediators, because it is not the only way, of course, but the best way to get in touch. And we suffer that. Surely we suffer that, because it is the way to meet in the middle of the street, not in one side or the other side. But I agree. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
And there will be no.
We have to invest much more money in education than we do, actually. Absolutely.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, I'm Fablesi. I have a question about the notion of mass migration, and I'm not talking about the what the media refers to as the 2015 mass migration, but more perhaps a future mass migration, for example, linked to climate change displacement. And since we've been talking about social cohesion and inclusion, how can we maybe think of future policies to address future mass migrations where entire societies and communities will be destroyed from fast and slow onset migration challenges? I don't know, this is not any specific panelists, but just potential ideas that you may have.
Thank you for the question, how to respond to future mass migration. You can actually choose one of the panelists to answer this. It is your choice, and good. Is there a willingness to take this?
But I think we had a glimpse in 2017 in Europe, so and we were not prepared. So that's I hope we have learned something from the history, and also most of the countries need people because European women don't give birth as much as we should. So we should embrace also, not, of course, not the climate changes and so on, and then you have to fly your country. But if there are common people, to embrace it and find ways with experts and so on. And we have so many examples and good examples when it worked. Just look at them, read them, talk to people.
Thank you, Nina. Good. I don't see an immediate other question. Yes. Okay, this will be the last comment or question, and then we will.
My name is Odile Harvey. I'm an EU journalist, and I'm covering for a radio in Brittany. Don't know if there are any Breton in the audience. Congratulations for this event, and you may have tackled on some of those issues. You know, I'm puzzled by the fact that the number of people going to the UK after the Brexit, if my information is correct, I think that's the number one are Albanians, then people from Afghanistan. Then, okay, Afghanistan, they were at war, it's, you know, Taliban regime and all this. Now, Albania is a candidate country to the EU. So how would you explain all this? And in that case, how, you know, what can you do, or are the British doing it better than the EU partners regarding migrations? You know, these are some of the questions that I ask myself when I'm dealing with those topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Is this something for IOM to respond to? Because I mean, it relates to the different aspects of migration. You know, how can I mean, Albania was mentioned. Is this something that the IOM is dealing with? Maybe you can help to explain why there are no easy responses to both political and phenomena on the ground, the origins of migration.
Well, it's a very articulate question. So I just in the interest of I mean, everyone is looking at me with daggers in the eyes because they want to go and have a drink or have some food. Patterns change. So before Albanians, it was the Polish plumber that was, you know, the typical figure in the UK as the iconic migrant. Now has become the Albanians because of links that have been built over the years, the entrepreneurship, and because the Polish community has then been involved in other kind of occupations. The question, I would say that, you know, we are often being attracted by this boats arriving, you know, being in Lampedusa or being in Dover or wherever this happens. Reality is that those numbers are actually very low compared to the migrants who arrive irregularly or who are overstayers in a country, in the countries. Let me give you another example. The focus in Italy is, you know, it's always about the island of Lampedusa. But if we look at the Balkan routes, where the majority of the Pakistanis, the Indians, the Nepalis, the Afghans pass by, the numbers are much higher passing those green borders. But the overwhelming majority doesn't get detected. So we shouldn't be tricked by this a little bit of a mediatic approach, because it's very sexy to show the boat and it's quite, you know, impactful. But the reality is a very different one, because a lot of the people who arrive in the countries and who will become irregular are actually overstayers and who overstay their visas. So we have to put that also into perspective in terms of seeing the magnitude of this phenomenon. I wouldn't say that the UK is doing it better. The UK is adopting, like any other country, a very divisive narrative, I would say, in this moment, trying to federate consensus, in having a hard line, in trying to outsource perhaps also refugee processing abroad, trying to find, like many other countries, and I'm not blaming the UK, I'm also half British, shortcut solutions, which are not really very, they don't really have much perspective, I would say, because this is just to please the constituency, to say that, you know, we're adopting a hard line, we're in control of the phenomenon. The reality is that the majority of the countries are picking the wrong fight. And the fight is not against migration, is how you tap into the potential that migration brings to the society. How do you make sure that those inequalities, those discriminations are actually eliminated, mitigated, diminished, in order to make migration a positive contribution to society? And this is where politicians probably don't concentrate so much. They like to concentrate more on the fear, on danger, rather than on the potential.
Thank you so much. And I think this is also, these are almost closing words, I would say now, that yes, I think so, because I mean, this shows that migration has multiple dimensions, and you also rightly said that evidence and concrete examples can help a lot. We heard from the other participants in the panel how to talk to migrant communities, how to involve them in decision making. We spoke about the value of culture and public places. And I think this has been overall very insightful. I would like to thank all those who followed our invitation. Both our excellent speakers and everyone here in the audience. Pleasure to discuss with you. And well, now I have the very light and joyful task to invite you for dinner reception. And you know that tomorrow morning we will meet here again. Then also AER President Albert Castellanos will say a few words in the morning, and we will have another very insightful agenda for tomorrow as well. So thanks a lot and enjoy the evening.